yesterday. I was just like, time for a new one.
What? What's... Oh, we got Matt on the stream. Hello, Matt. The champ.
All right, there we go. I got my headphones in now.
How come it's got Matt on the player one side, but he's on the wrong side of the camera? If you see what I mean. I don't know if Greg can hear me. Where's it?
Can you link me to the where I should be watching, or is it the YouTube just live stream?
If you just click on Dice Jar Games on the Discord channel, it says he's live.
Yep. Okay.
And he's sharing his screen. I don't know how. But I think the cameras are the wrong way, because you see Matt's on the player one side, but he's on the right side of the table.
Okay, yeah, that needs to be changed. Are we live yet or not?
Nah, I don't think so.
Okay. So we're going to be nice today, aren't we? No calling out new players.
Well, it's sealed. Yeah, I can't trash pilgrimage. I'll message Matt. Hey Matt, can you tell Greg that I think the cameras are the wrong way, because you're on the player one side, but can you put your hands in front of the camera? Like put it on like the mat, like where the hero is. Yeah, see, you're on the right side of your hands on the right side of the screen, but your face cam is on the left hand side. Yeah. Hold on, I'll take the phone away from me. Just say something. Kez, can you hear Matt?
Nah, I can't.
Nah, it seems to be video only. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, if the cameras just get switched around, it should work, right? Sweet. Is it just going to be you opening the packs here? Sweet. All right. Good luck, bro. Just see ya. Man, I can't wait to go live and just start taking digs at Matt, hey? I'm not there to fucking take him down in the finals. Not this time.
I think it's all good to have a bit of a dig. Occasionally, the better players. I just think that the ones and stuff, if they make a mistake, slide.
Imagine if we were live, eh?
Well, that's the thing. When I go into the YouTube, it sounds like I can.
Oh shit.
Or I think we are live if the streaming thing's live, because I can hear myself on the YouTube with like a slight delay.
Oh, that's not good. Have you got the link to the YouTube?
I might just jump off this for 2 seconds, because I'll be right here at my computer, but
yeah,
because I think we're actually live on YouTube, and not that people are watching just yet, but we're live on YouTube while we're chatting casually in here, so yeah, that's not ideal.
Have you got a link to the YouTube?
I'm just going to jump off this, and I'll link you it on Facebook.
All right, looks like we're getting the show on the run. Huh? So Matt's got some refraction boulders and braking scales here. Oh, we got the drone. Such a good card, Unlimited. Hey, what up, kids?
So are we live now?
Yeah, we're live.
Okay.
So unfortunately, Matt's opened 2 iron rot plates, which means he's just, short one equipment. Oh, foil blood rush bellow.
Interesting. Yeah. So have you done a little intro, Jordan?
You can go for it, bro.
I was just going to say, yeah, so today we're at Dice Jar Games for a Welcome to Rathe Sealed Skirmish event, and we're just going to be following Matt Rogers, New Zealand national champion, in the deck building process.
He's sort of a big deal.
Yeah, sort of. Okay,
Luckily, that Jordan fella's not down there. I heard he took him out in the finals of the last Auckland skirmish.
Yeah, he's safely up here in Auckland doing some commentary today. So we just see Matt just splitting up his cards into classes, which is pretty standard.
Yeah.
What welcome to Race Sealed. What are your sort of preferred classes, Jordan, when you're playing this format?
It's only Ninja or Guardian, to be honest, unless you get a very good warrior pool. I think with Brute, it's just too hard, even if you open the nuts, like that Blood Rush Bellow there. I think you just need too many rares and plus to just function. Like Barraging Beatdown, the best card, is a rare, so it's hard to see enough of them to like matter.
Yeah, I agree with that. It can be very difficult because you need some of these like power cards, which tend to be rares like Barraging Beatdown, but also you just need a lot of 6 power cards in order to actually like turn on a number of these abilities.
Yeah, which means that most of the time you have to play cards that are just bad, like Barraging Brawn Hide, etc., just to get the 6+ quota up there. But I saw that Matt opened up the banned card, the drone, legal for this format. It's such a strong card, sealed. Not sure if it was a red one though. Hopefully we get to see it.
Yeah, I imagine they're all pretty good and sealed.
Powerful. Yeah, drones are so good. So let's have a look at that Ninja Pool. See how many of those 0-cost blues he gets.
Yeah, and I can see for Warrior, if he is considering playing, he did get the Refraction Bolters, which is just like pretty critical, I think, to playing in sealed.
Very strong. Man, what's that? 5 Gust Waves. I don't know how many of them are blue, but cards that can block for free and pitch cost 0 that are blue are just so strong. Because you can just turtle with those daggers all game. He's got a sigil too.
Yeah, I can't quite see the color of the sigil, but that's it looks like a red flick flag down there as well. I can see he's got the breaking scales if he did choose to go ninja.
Yeah, so he'd be able to play with the iron rot legs and plate and the breaking scales. So he's got free equipment defense, and plus the Hope Merchant's Hood if he needs to mulligan in.
Yeah, and we can see for his generics, he's got Last Ditch Effort, and the blue Wounding Blow is actually very good. And then, in particular, 0-cost turns on those Kadachis. You can use it to discard the Katsu.
So, quite a few defense reacts and pummels there with the drone. With the drone and all those reacts, unmovables in the Last Ditch Effort, I think Guardian's looking very strong here. I don't know how much of his Guardian pool is actually blue though, but.
Yeah, well, actually, one thing I suppose, that Last Ditch Effort, I think I saw a blue Raging Onslaught in there as well. The blue unmovable. All sort of like good Guardian cards. They're blue. They help turn on Anathos.
Anything that's going to be anything that can pitch for free and block for free is really good and sealed.
So it seems it
looks like he's considering it. Yeah, I think is he doing a 6+ power check here? I mean, is he considering Brute?
Possibly. I mean, Blood Rush Bellow is the type of card that, if you chip away a little bit of damage, can really catch people off guard. Yeah. You might be having to look to see if it's possible.
Yeah, but there's no beatdown at all. And you can't play claws. Yeah, it looks like he's considering it, though. I mean, if he's got the tools to work with, it's not a bad deck.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that Raging Onslaught is actually yellow, if that's why he's putting it up there, or if it's just a solid blue card that he would put as part of the deck.
I mean, if it's blue, I think he's going to play it in almost any deck that he decides to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Yeah, so I'm just trying to have a look at those warrior cards. He's got the Steelblade Shunt in there. Doesn't really have. He's got one Driving Blade. Doesn't really have like the Warrior's Valor.
There's not much ways. There's not much ways to get go again. I mean, he does have the Bolters, the Valor, and one Driving Blade, which is like 3 go agains in one game. Could be enough if he just wants to go real tall and try to do as much damage as he can.
So it looks like
he does have 2 copies of Flock if he wants to get more Quicken tokens, though.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a really good point. It looks like it's really being narrowed down to sort of a Bravo and Dorinthia.
Oh, he's got 2 Scars, 2 Flocks, 2 Nimble Strikes, and Nimblism, so we can go real wide here.
And I think that's actually what he might be weighing up, saying like, I've got these good, 3-cost blues I can put into my Guardian deck. I've got a pummel, but also to your point, 3 nimbleisms, 2 nimble strikes, scars. It's a lot of good stuff.
I think he might just be wanting to go wide warrior. I wish we could see what colours those sink belows are.
Yeah, I feel like you just play them in whatever color you just play them. I think it's got that additional benefit in sealed of that effect that puts a card on the bottom, particularly when you're hiding like one of big threats, maybe attack reactions, Mario, or just a big threat.
Or hide the drone.
The drone? I mean, not a bad strategy if they're trying to go card for card with you in the end game. You're like, oh, by the way, I've got a drone.
He's bringing out the Guardian pool now. Man. I think though that top row there is all the blue Guardian cards. So it looks like he's got about 7 or 6, 7 blues, and then the one below it looks to be yellows. So I don't think he opened any Guardian reds, which is a good and a bad thing.
Yeah,
you kind of want 1 or 2 reds just to push through a big attack. But opening too many reds can just make you not want to play the class at all.
Yeah, because I can see. So he's got 2 pummels there, which is like really, really good in the deck. So if that bottom row, like you're saying, is blues, it's actually shaping up to look okay. So 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's at least 11 blues there. I think that Falcons might be blue. Yeah, it's a little bit hard because we can't see the colors close up. But I think generally in Guardian,
he does have such a good, solid, generic class here. Like 2 scars, 2 flocks, a sigil, a drone, a sink below. I don't think he got any raises though, but it's almost like everything that you want to see.
Yeah, definitely. And I think things like pummels in particular are really good in that deck. He's got the regurgitating slog, kind of slog as a combo.
My favorite card.
Yeah. I think I saw a demolition crew. Actually,
okay. That's the Ian card.
I find that can be very good and as a finisher sometimes as well, particularly with things like pummel. It's nice if you have the hardened cross strap. Hardened cross strap, you can.
Yeah, it's a shame that he doesn't have the cross strap or the gauntlet. Like just 1 or 2 of those make the deck really powerful. But if you manage to get both, it's just very insane.
Yeah, that would be. I don't think that will be sort of stoked with the equipment he got. I mean, it's decent enough. You've got the iron plate and the legs, 2 pieces of block, and a Hope Mitchinson. But like you were mentioning, I think he would have been pretty happy to see something like a cross strap or a Goliath gauntlet here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you're playing this deck and you're using the Hope Merchant sword, I'm guessing you just mainly want to fish for those pummels, right?
Yeah, it could be fish for pummels. It could even be fishing for blues sometimes if you block with 3 cards and you need a blue to swing with Anathos or defense reaction, all that sort of thing. So because he's got the Staunch, he's got unmovable, 2 sinks. That could even be like a potential use of it.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be a real defensive deck here. Like, because he's fine just blocking with a card or 2 every turn and swinging for 6 most turns.
Yeah. Even got that last-ditch effort and the drone and the regurgitating side for the ultra late game. So if he actually wanted to play towards the fatigue strategy at a certain point.
I see 3 copies of Blessing of Deliverance as well, so he's happy to just take a Kadachi every turn and just gain it back with the sigil as well.
Yeah, I think that might have been a blue sigil in the end, so I'm not 100% sure if he's playing.
If it's a blue, you don't play it. If it's yellow or red, you play it. A blue is just not worth it. I mean, unless you could play it if you just want the card power.
Yeah, if you're desperate for blues, I feel it.
I don't think he needs it. So it looks like that. I'm guessing it's going blue, yellow, red because that last-ditch effort is what's telling me that first pile is blues.
Okay,
so that
makes sense. So is that?
So that means that we've got a red immovable and a red thing, and 2 red blessing, which is going to gain him a lot of life.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if he's looking to potentially up that blue count slightly, maybe just to get it up to like 13 or 14.
Yeah, for sure. The more blues, the better.
Yeah, I think is one consideration. Sometimes you can get away a little bit in Bravo and just if you're a bit short on blues, just throwing any old blue in. So something like Winning Blow in most classes is very good, but I think his concern here might be with those 2 Blessing of Deliverance in particular. He doesn't want to overload the deck with cards.
He doesn't want to whiff too much. Yeah, he wants to max the proc value that he can get.
So I think he's showing us that these cards are yellow. So things like the Wounded Bull, I think he was gesturing there that it might be yellow, because if that was blue, that would be fine. You just throw it in. It blocks it too short. Yeah.
But I mean, he's gotten away with a red and a yellow saint, which is like what you're asking, like what you want to see.
Yeah, so it looks like he's tossing up between these cards here. I suppose the Wounded Bull, seems happy. So the Wounded Bull, I mean, the good thing about that is you can still dominate it off the other ability, I believe. So that should be okay.
Yeah. So yeah, as I was saying before, Bravo, just a really strong class for sealed.
Yeah, just really consistent, right? Like generally, if you open a pool and it's not like the best ever, with enough blues, you can generally just put something together in Bravo. And I think, like you were saying, with his defensive options, it's probably be enough.
He's happy to just turtle most of the game. And when the hand aligns for a late game, he can just push for a dominate attack, pummel it. And he can defend it well enough where he can take a couple Kadachis to set it up late game.
Yeah, because I suppose we didn't get a good look at what his red attacks are, so it might be sort of more of a, like we were looking at, it might be more of a defensive deck, maybe trying to trade out their better threats for his cards like Unmovable, like Staunch Response, Sink Below, even just blocking with random generic blues, and then generating card advantage over the course of the game with sort of that Anathos for 6. Anathos for 6, Drone of Brutality, Pummel.
Yeah, the drone was yellow, so that's a 5 attack trait that's just going to always be there.
Yeah, I'm sure he probably would have preferred that to be red, but like you say, I mean, having an attack to 5 that recurs infinitely is pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, you want the red, but you'd take the blue.
Yeah, exactly.
Strong card.
I think the equipment is just
the equipment's not the best.
I think, like we were saying, if he it's probably, I think if the refraction bolters wasn't in that pool, he probably wouldn't have given Warrior so close a look. But just because of the power of that card. I think it was, and like you identified with the Scars, the Flocks, Nimble Strikes, he's probably toying for like a few minutes, thinking like, can I make this work in a shell with the refraction bolters? But I think ultimately he just figured the Bravo deck had enough 3-power blues, had enough defense that over a game he should be able to. And I feel like that's where Matt is pretty comfortable playing these kinds of games as well, where he can sort of trade out card for card. They play sort of a reasonably low variance game in Bravo and Sealed, and if I feel like the longer the game goes, the more opportunities there are for both players to make mistakes, and I feel like he's going to be pretty confident he's going to make less mistakes than most people.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that Anathos swings for like over 25% of your life, jeez, can't take too many of them.
Yeah, exactly, and it just feels bad, right, on a intuitive level. Like, then someone hits you for 6 Anathos, and you don't want to give away 2 cards from your deck. You're like, damn, I've only got 30 of these roughly. So
and then if you decide to just take 6 to the chin, he can just pummel on top of it, potentially dealing 50% damage if it's a red pummel.
And I think Matt with the style of deck is very happy to just, even though go Anathos for 4, opponent blocks with 1 card, they take 1 damage, and then he'll just block out their damage, and then Anathol's in for 6. That will really start to stack up over
Throw
time.
out a drone there. Not losing a card at all.
But yeah, so he seems to have got that all made up. Didn't need the full 35 minutes. He's done in 18.
I think Matt's going to jump on the Discord with us and discuss his pool.
Oh, he is? Okay, cool. Cool, that'll be interesting. You can sort of tell him what we would have done.
All the mistakes that he made. I don't know. Will he need the link, or will he just be able to join through the Dice Jar Games account? Hello, Matt. Welcome.
Oh, hello, guys. How you doing?
Yeah, good. Better now that we're joined by the champ, Matt Rogers, Mr. Methodical.
Oh,
Matt, I got one question that I want to ask you, and I'm sure all our viewers are wanting to know.
Yeah, sure.
Why did you give Brute more than 1 second of consideration?
I mean, there were 9 6-cost cards in a Blood Rush Bellow. So it warranted at least a couple of seconds, like maybe 5. But yeah,
I think you gave it a second too much, and we've seen that you were considering a very go wide warrior.
Yeah. So I was considering a go wide warrior. My issue is that my nimblisms were not very good, because I didn't have a lot of low cost attacks.
You just had the scars and the flocks, really, right?
Yeah, it was just the scars and the flocks. So my turns would line up too awkwardly too much of the time, and I'd have to play a lot of block 2s, so I would have to be very focused on being aggressive, and I was also a couple of cards short. So of what I wanted to play from Warrior, it was only about sort of 25, 26 cards. So I was going to have to end up playing some pretty mediocre stuff. Like it might have even ended up with a Yellow Raging Onslaught in there or something, you know?
Yeah, just cards to fill the quota.
Well, one thing I sort of had a look at that warrior pool. Like, it's hard for us to see the colors clearly, but it seemed you didn't have many of those cards, sort of like the Driving Blade, Warrior's Valor, or even like the red attack reactions to really threaten damage. I was wondering, did you give it sort of a bit of extra thought because of that refraction bolters there?
Yeah, so my issue is I had 0 Warriors Valors, and I only had 1 Driving Blade, so I didn't have a whole lot of things beyond the bolt.
Were there no Valors?
Go again. Sorry?
I thought I saw one. I thought I saw 1 Valor. Was it maybe a foil pilgrimage?
Oh, possibly I had a blue Valor. I don't know.
I
might have had a Valor. I'm not 100% sure.
I think you made the right call, because I seen the drone, the last ditch effort, and the unmovables in the staunts. So you can just play a real defensive heavy Anaphos deck.
Yeah. So all of that definitely makes me want to go Guardian. And the amount of good red 3 cost, 7 attack actions that I got in Guardian was actually really nice as well. Which will allow me to block with a lot of the cards from my turn hand, and then with just 2 cards I can go, pitch a blue, play a 7 attacker, forcing another 2 cards out of you, basically. So I think it's going to be quite consistent to consistently be able to get towards fatigue, because I'm going to be forcing my opponent to block with 2 cards most turns, as well as going to be able to block them. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Because things like the crush confidence and cartilage crush, all that sort of thing, like you mentioned, being able to go block and then threaten 7 damage and still make them leak 1 damage as they block with 2 cards.
Exactly.
And it feels like Bravo's a very good deck at chipping damage over the course of the game, and we're saying it's really allows you to sort of play quite a long, consistent game with maybe a little bit less variance than some of the other decks. And I feel the longer this game goes, the more it's going to favor you. You've got some strong defense reactions. We saw staunch response, unmovable, some sink belows, and you've got sort of both the drone plan and the potential last ditch plan if it goes super late. So
yeah, exactly. And I mean, I got a couple of pummels as well that go really well with all of my sort of lower cost red attacks. So I think there's going to be at least, at least 2 blowout turns throughout the game, which will be able to heavily swing momentum in my favor. So,
It looks like you can play the long game very well, because I see that you got 2 red blessings in there, so you can just take a couple Kadachi procs and just recover it, drag out the game.
Yeah, I've got so many 3-cost cards. My blessings are going to be gaining life. I should be gaining 5 life a game off my 3 blessings.
Over the course of the game. Yeah. Was it 2 red, 1 blue?
2 red, 1 blue. So maximum of 7 life, but I'm probably going to expect about 5 life out of them throughout the game.
If you're KO, you'll probably gain about 2 life all up.
Yeah.
One thing we noticed during the deck building process is we're just trying to sort of read some of your gestures towards the camera. A couple things I think, or it looked like there was like a yellow wounded bull that you didn't want to put in the deck, whereas if it had been blue, it might have gone in for that sort of 3-cost Anathos turns on, that kind of thing. The other thing I noticed, because you mentioned the blessings, is that there were cards like Wounding Blow, which are generally pretty good in other decks, but were you worried about sort of getting diminishing returns from your blessings by just putting random blues in rather than 3-cost or more blues?
Yeah, so I actually had enough blues. I wasn't necessarily looking for more blues. So I had 39 cards that I wanted to play, and what I was gesturing there is that my 40th card, I have 3 different sideboard choices there. So it's either the yellow Wounding Blow, or I can bring in Scar if I need to, or if if I don't think I'm going to be able to fatigue them, or sort of it's a hero that's going to be hard to fatigue, like Ninja, I might bring in the the Crew, the Dominate card. So I was just gesturing that there was 3 options there.
Special
40th card in each game.
Okay, that makes sense.
The lack of hard and cross strapping Goliath Gauntlet, very powerful equipment.
Yeah. Not getting those was a shame. But yeah, also I think it's not just because of the blessing. Like I'm going to play 40 cards because my deck's quite lean, and quite good at going late anyway. So when I get down, if I'm playing against another Guardian and they're playing more than 40 cards, when I get down to the late game, I really want to make sure that the cards left in my deck are all 3 costs, so that I can just be getting them with the hammer. Because the more turns I get them with the hammer, the closer I can get to fatigue them.
It's a bit more streamlined.
So something like the 0 cost blue in my deck is just going to hinder me too much in the late game in those matchups.
When you say 40 cards, is that a little bit of magic creeping in?
30 cards.
Yeah.
I meant to say 30. Sorry, I'm going to be playing 30, and yeah.
Well,
yeah, unfortunately, that sigil you opened was a blue, was it?
Yeah, blue sigil. Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
The Bennett goes. I suppose maybe rounding things up, a final question from us, but feel free to talk more if there's things about the deck that we haven't covered. What would you sort of, as far as sealed pools go, welcome to Rathe, what would you kind of the pool / your deck out of 10 roughly?
Give my deck out of 10. I think it's a solid 7. And for me personally, I think it's more like an 8. It's exactly the way I want to be playing the game. Or maybe even an 8.5. Like this deck is what I want to open. It's not super, it doesn't have the good equipments, which is a shame, which definitely knocks it down a peg. And it doesn't have, anything super powerful like Crippling Crush or, any sort of big Majestics or whatever.
Shame you couldn't open 2 of them, eh?
Yeah, I know. Oh,
Must be nice.
With KO a bit more, I think, get some of that luck rub off from there. But yeah, like it doesn't have anything super crazy powerful. There's no red pummels, which are really good and sealed. It's one drone where, I would love to have more than one drone. So it's on the upper end of mediocre, but because it's got the cheap red attacks, and it's got the unmovables and sinks and stuff, like it's exactly the game I want to be playing in sealed. So it's very much what I wanted to open.
That's well. I suppose, Jordan, did you have any final questions for Matt, or Matt, did you have any final thoughts you wanted to give us before we let you go to have a little break for the first round?
Matt, how confident he's feeling going into this event, knowing that the Kingslayer Jordan isn't down there.
Oh.
You don't have to worry about me taking me out of the top cut again.
It's definitely, I'm breathing fresh air here, mate. Like,
Change the
I'm
scenery.
definitely a lot more confident without the guy that seems to take me down. But there is a Jacob Pearson in the field, and that person.
Yeah, there's some decent players there. We've got
taking me down. Yeah,
got Nick Spence and Daniel Real.
Yeah.
The infamous Saw has made an appearance.
Was made
Watch out for him.
No, there's a really good showing. So it was quite interesting how today there's 2 skirmish events. There's one in the North Island and one in the South. So it kind of split a lot of the players. So you got players like Kale and most of like the great talent out of Wellington are all playing in Palmerston North, and then you've got all of the Christchurch boys, Dan McKay and stuff are down here. And then a few Aucklanders at both of them, so it's going to be interesting.
What's the turnout like? Do you have a rough idea of player numbers down there at Dice Joe?
I think
Greg was around 30
or something. I might just quickly.
Yeah.
Greg, how many players? 27. There you go.
Oh, 27.
Pretty good, isn't it?
Someone's getting the buy, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool because I feel like you were mentioning, there's a lot of good players in this field, so it's going to be quite tough. So I'm looking forward to seeing some really good games. I'm looking forward to seeing some of the Dunedin players play because, like you mentioned, people like Daniel Real, Nick Spence, really good players who unfortunately I don't get to see play that often. I think it's going to be a great day of Fab.
Yeah, so I mean, for players like that, there's some serious talent down here, but the problem with being down in Dunedin is like, it's the bottom of the country, and a lot of the events are close, pretty much at the, a lot of the events are either midway or at the top of the country, being Auckland or Wellington. So a lot of these guys don't get to play to the bigger events and show off their talent as much as the rest of us. So it's really cool to come down here and kind of play up against them.
Showcasing some fresh blood.
What's that, sorry?
Well, this is what the live stream saw. We can showcase some more lesser known players.
Yeah, definitely.
Skills on camera.
Yeah.
Hoping to see Saw on screen.
Yeah, there's definitely no other questions or anything from me. I think the round's starting in about a minute or two, so I might head off.
We'll let you go.
Have a swig of water, and then, I think you guys. I think I heard some whispers about a round 1 Saw stream, so that could be fun for you.
My request is listen to. We got some action here.
Thanks for jumping on and joining us, Matt, and running us through some of that deck construction process and your thoughts on the day. Well, we'll let you go to get ready for round 1, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you on stream at some point.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Have fun.
All right, cheers. Good luck.
See you, Matt.
Bye.
See you, Matt.
All right, so we got round 1 starting up soon, according to Matt. I mean, by looking at my time, it looks like we've got about 3 or 4 minutes to go. So, Jordan, who are you looking forward to seeing on stream? I know you mentioned the Saw, Simon Austin.
Yeah. So, my boy Ash Singh, who's made an appearance, I want to see him on the stream. Some of the locals like Nick Spence, Daniel Real, Dan McKay, it'd be awesome to get them on the stream. Not too sure if Sam Smith is in the building or.
Oh yeah, because he's from Christchurch ways. I mean, I'm kind of with you. Whoever we get, I feel there's so many good players down there, so many personalities. Whoever we get on stream, it's going to be pretty good. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing some of those Dunedin players we mentioned throughout the day, and it's probably just from some of the names, there's probably sort of 3 or 4 top 10 players in the world down there.
I'm hoping we see a really just busted sealed pool. Like someone who's just gone absolute nuts. Like if we get like a Steel Blade Supremacy, Ironside Determination, Valaturn, often sealed, oof.
That'd be the dream.
Yeah.
Just to everyone listening, I'll just be back in 1 minute, so I'll leave you with Jordan. Jordan, don't get into trouble while I'm gone.
I'll try not to.
All right, and then don't go anywhere
might
people
just,
because we got round one starting in.
we'll take a break until we get the round. We'll take a break till the round starts.
Yeah, that sounds good. So to everyone watching, the round starts in about 2.5 minutes. We'll be right back with you then.
All right. There he is, the man of the hour, Simon Austin Wallace, the Store, representing the beautiful Susie Knights Gaming Playmat. Not sure who his opponent is.
There we go. Yeah, so we've got, and that's a Sushi Night Playmat, I believe.
Oh, yeah, such a stunning piece of artwork. Oh, we've got a Bravo mirror match. Here we go. Straight into the grindy action, eh? So Josh has a full set of armor there. This could be interesting.
Yeah. So let's have a look at his setup he's got. So I'm just going to refresh my video stream. I think I'm just a few seconds behind you for some reason.
All right, sure.
Okay, yeah, so we can see we've got the full armor setup face down. Bravo mirror, that's a bit of a Welcome to Rathe classic. Welcome to Rathe.
Yeah. Well, Saw should know how to play this deck. He's played against one of the best guardians, well, the best guardian in the world, Caleb McCreef, hundreds of thousands of times.
That's true. I suppose the old sealed can be a little bit different, but all right, though, the fundamentals he should be pretty well versed in.
The game plan is basically the same. Just grind out, get advantage through your weapon being bigger than theirs. All right, so we've got the Helm of Eisen's Peak. Mate, that goes in your chest piece. It's a plate saw. It's not at arms. Can we get that corrected, please? And we have a Snapdragon Scalers here. Hey, mate, cut it out, Saw.
Yes, it looks like, yeah.
Are you not watching it through the Discord?
No, okay. We'll sort that out off voice.
The YouTube has a delay. Yeah. So we see that Saw's got the setup here. He's got the Guardian Helm of Eisen's Peak, the Iron Rot plating, and a Snapdragon Scalers, which means he's going to be able to swing with a powerful zero-cost red attack, give it go again, and swing with the hammer as well.
Yeah, so that can be quite good with cards, like cards like Snatch, for example, or even things like a Red Wounding Blow, Red Scar for a Scar. Anything.
Or if Sword just got lucky and got the E-Strike, you can go E-Strike for 7, go again, hammer for 6. So much damage.
Exactly, and it might even be the case he doesn't have any of them, but if he's playing
Josh Scott, he's got the nuts. He's got the iron, the Helm of Eisen's Peak, the Iron Rock legs, the cross strap, and the gauntlet. He's got the combo, baby.
Wow, yeah, and you cannot get much better than that. I think that's pretty much the ideal setup, right?
That is the absolute dream. I mean, I don't know who's on the play here. It looks like Saw's on the play, thinking about what he wants to do here. I mean, turn 1 with Bravo, you can just get free damage in essentially by just dominating an attack turn 1.
I think generally you do want to go first just to get that. You get free damage through it effectively.
Yeah, so I think he's going to be dominating the Crush Confidence, and then arsenaling that Unmovable, which is just yeah. It looks to be a yellow Crush Confidence, so it's 6 dominated. So there's a good chance that Josh is going to take 3 damage off the bat here. Josh does have the Unmovable in his hand if he wishes to just protect his life turn 1.
And so, we can see that there was a pummel was pitched as well. So that's something to keep in mind that will likely filter back a little bit later in the game.
Yeah, so Josh is thinking here. It looks like he has quite a defense-heavy hand. He has the Staunch as well, the Unmovable in hand. So I think he's just tossing up which one he values more. Okay, so he's just pitched his whole hand here to Staunch response.
Okay, now was the Crush Confidence dominated? It seems like it was, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was because he pitched the yellow pummel and then just a generic blue.
Right, yeah.
So it was, yeah. So I'm not too sure if maybe the hand wasn't the best and he just wanted to refresh the whole hand. So what's that? That's debilitate. most likely dominated here. Sword does have the unmovable in Arsenal.
Yeah, and I think using the Staunch there, it's a big defense reaction to use, but able to just save that damage on turn 1 and, draw back up to a full hand, it seems totally fine to me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in a grindy game like this, you just want to protect that life.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And it is worth noting that the Staunch is a 2 cost, not a 3 cost, so using that instead of the unmovable is probably the right play if you've got stuff like Blessings or even just triggering off the Anaphos late game.
No, that's a really good point.
Yeah. So it looks like that Debilitate wasn't dominated. We've seen Saw put 3 cards down and defend it all, and he's still managed to take 1 damage. I don't know how that worked.
Maybe we got the color of the unmovable potentially wrong there.
Yeah.
Wait, no, it's not an unmovable. So he just blocked for 7.
Yeah. So now he's just pitching and swinging the hammer for 4 here. I'm really curious to see what power cards Josh has. If he has a Crippling Crush, he can just, Hardened Crossstrap, Goliath Gauntlet, possibly even Dominator if he just wants to keep his whole hand.
Yeah, because it's one of those things. I think in the Bravo sealed, it's very easy to just take these Anathos hits, thinking that you'll catch up with damage in your turn, but it could actually really begin to catch you out over the course of the game.
Yeah, especially if your one attack can just get blocked with 2 unmovables, like 1 from the hand, 1 from Arsenal. So we do see that Saw has a Flock and a Snatch in his hand, so he could potentially go Flock, Snapdragon into Snatch, go again into Hammer.
Yeah, that's not a bad sort of go wide turn to.
But it looks like that's a Red Crush Confidence, so that means he'll have to eat 7 damage here. Not sure if it's worth it. If he's got a blue in hand, he can just pitch an unmovable from Arsenal. But the fact that Josh, I think he has 2 cards in hand, so he could always pitch and pummel over it. If that pummel comes through and he has to discard one of those cards, that's not great.
And, so I'm just working through a slight technical issue on my end, but I'll be back with you guys in a second.
Oh, there it is, the pummel. That's not what you want to see when you have a hand like that. Okay, so that's unfortunate there for Saw. He had to use the unmovable and still got hit with the pummel, so it's going to be a real simple turn. He's just going to snatch and pass. But it's still fine. If it's a red snatch, it's something that your opponent has to block. They don't want that to trigger.
Yeah, absolutely. The red one in particular as well. It's uses up that critical armor if they want to block it.
He's decided to just Arsenal and pass here. I guess he really just wants to do a big turn with as many attacks as he can.
Was it the Flock of the Featherwalkers?
Nah, he got hit with the pummel and had to unmovable and still got hit by 1, so he had to discard the Flock.
Right.
Okay, now I'm having some issues on my side. I can't see the stream now.
Okay. Yep.
Oh, there we go. All right, we're back. Okay, so he's decided. Josh is just playing a Showtime here. Oh, there it is. Oh, we got some action coming, boys. Showtime Crippling with the Goliath Gauntlet and the Cross Strap available. That is not what you want to see when you're on the other side.
Wow, showtime for Crippling and Sealed. Now we're playing Flesh and Blood. Here we go.
Yeah, man, this is very scary. But it looks like Saw has a Scar, Snapdragon. He just needs to do as much damage right now as he possibly can. Try and force him to maybe block with some cards here, but he does have the 2 equipment blocks available. Oh, it's not what you want to see. Yeah, electing to just take that Scar here. That's just not what you want to see. Because it's important to remember that even if you can get him to block with a card or two, Showtime is going to give him that extra card at the start of his turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel Josh is probably going to want to be pretty conservative with his blues here, to just so he can ensure.
100%.
But again, with that hard and cross shot, it makes it just that little bit easier.
Yeah, so this next here is interesting. So, he's got the red Saint just to defend it perfectly. Man, things are looking very good for Josh right now. It's very scary. I feel the Saw here. You've just lost two very powerful cards, and you're snatching the Snapdragon. Essentially, just traded 2 powerful cards for the 1 sink below. Very efficient defensive play by Josh.
Yes, and I guess we might see an Anathos for 6 potentially coming up.
Is it? Anathos needs 2 cards that pitch cost 3, right?
Yes.
So we saw the regurgitating slog there. So it was only for 4. I think he just he overpitched it. I think I think he really wants to just dig through and hope to get a defense reaction, because he knows that he's going to be hit with a crippling for 13, possibly dominated if he's got enough blues there. I think he needs a 3 blues, right, to cast it.
Yeah, okay, but so with the cross strap.
Yeah, he's just played it. He's saving the cross strap and the Goliath Gauntlet, which, man, that's even scarier to see that. Because that means that he's got other big threats as well. So I think it's just the dominated crippling for 11 here. Two, 5. That's rough. The crippling's hit. Now, there's not much Saw can do here. Maybe. It's interesting here. Does Saw want to use the Eisen's Peak here, or just swing?
Potentially. Sorry, I'm just trying to fix the stream issue on my side. I'm just slightly delayed. So I'm sorry about this, viewers, but Jordan will carry you through for now. She's used to carrying me anyway.
Yeah, 100%. So what's happened here is Saw hit him. He's attacked with the Scar, and with the go again, elected to pitch and pop his Iron Peak helm. So he's got a 5-card hand here. The thing is, Josh still has that cross-strapping Goliath Gauntlet available. It's just so scary.
Okay, Jordan, we're just going to be switching the voice channel briefly, so there may be a just slight delay in the commentary while we do that. Sorry about that to everyone watching. We're just getting everything fixed up.
Yeah, well, it's better to sort it all out now rather than later, right?
Yep. So we're both ready for when that needs to be switched.
Okay, is it working for you, Kez?
Yep, we're all good.
Ah, thank God. we're all up to speed here. So Swords still managed to keep a free card hand here. He's got another Scar. Come on, Saw. You needed to play Ninja. You got the Scars, you got the Snats and the Snapdragons. It must have been quite an awful Ninja pool to still elect for Guardian with this up.
Yeah, I suppose potentially at some of the equipment, but yeah, I see what you mean. I feel like Josh Scott has sort of really got the advantage here.
Oh, he's been playing very efficiently. I don't know if you were able to see that play where he just traded his one red sync for Saw's red snatch and the Snapdragon Scalers. I just want to emphasize how much of an efficient defensive play that is to trade one defense react for two very powerful threats and still manage to hit with the crippling on the returning turn.
Yeah, that was massive.
He's electing to just take the barraging Brawnhide vanilla damage here with a free card hand.
Here we see dominate. Oh, okay.
So he's dominating just to filter the hand, turn on the Anaphos. Interesting that he's pitching the unmovable here rather than trying to arsenal it. That must mean that he's got a red in the hand. Saw's naked, no equipment. Josh still has a full suit of armor. The chest is exposed though. You only got the cross strap, but hey mate, don't put that Bravo in the bin. No, it's a boring hero, but you got to keep it in play. Scour the Battlescape, the tech. Saw's been listening to Session Blood.
Let's Scour the Battlescape.
I love that card. Such a fun card. Imagine if Sink Below had legs that Scour the Battlescape.
Well, we've seen the game. It feels like it's gotten a little bit closer now, but I feel Josh is certainly still in the driver's seat.
Yeah, he's very comfortable. Oh, a Ford Tour? Can we dig check this guy? Did he bring his own packs? This guy's got everything. Wow. He's got 2 supers, a majestic, and all the armor you could ask for. And all right, so we're seeing the cross strap getting broken here with 2 cards in hand. Curious to see if we'll see that Goliath. Oh, this is the Demolition Crew revealing the unmovable.
And there's that Demolition Crew Hardened cross strap. I wonder if we might be seeing a pummel here.
The Ian special. Shout out to my boy.
Because this was really strong if he set it up. Because I noticed he chose to pitch away an unmovable the other turn in order to arsenal a card. And I was wondering about that choice. But if he has something like the pummel here, this is going to potentially be
huge.
This is massive.
I mean, I'm curious as to why he wouldn't just pop the Goliath gauntlet as well and just push as much damage as he can.
Yeah, I did wonder that potentially, I suppose we don't know the contents of his deck. Potentially he's got like another really big power card with a strong crush effect he wants to save it for.
It looks like Saw's got the staunch response in his hand, so he can just choose to lock for a lot here. If he wants to, if he is worried about the pummel coming, or if he chooses to maybe...
One interesting decision here is whether Simon expects the pummel enough to just pass on initial block. I suppose he'd pass on initial blocks anyway if he wants to staunch, because it does have dominate.
Yeah, exactly.
That could be quite a big tempo swing if, say, it's like a blue pummel, it comes in for 8, and Simon manages to
just staunch it all out. Yeah. I mean, he knows he's got a blue unmovable in hand because he did have to reveal it as part of Demolition Crew's cost. Okay, interesting. They've both passed. Oh, that's huge. That's absolutely huge. The sigil from Arsenal replaced with the blue unmovable. That is absolutely huge.
Wow, that is a huge play.
Saw needs to start making a push here. He's coming too far behind for comfort.
And that may have been where he held back the gauntlet there, knowing that, the blowout in that particular turn was a big defense react. So he figured, why not save the gauntlet to really push the tempo in a later turn. So I actually really like that play.
Yeah. This Josh Scott guys playing an incredible game.
Yeah,
I mean, he's had an amazing card pool, but
and we can see he's got another unmovable in hand.
Plays. Yeah, this dude opened the Kale Dream. So it looks like Swords' Vanilla Crush Confidence here for 7. I would have liked to see him play that Blessing to try and gain some life on the next turn, especially when you're down 10. Oh, okay, so he had the Pummel and Arsenal. So how much is that? Crush Confidence is 7 and the Pummel is going to make it 10. So if he chooses to unmovable from Arsenal, he'll still get hit by the double unmovable. But this is good for Saw because now Josh just draws up in passes, so he can start trying to make a push here. But
yeah, I do kind of like the I think it's fine to just because of the size of the lead, just to really preserve your life total here.
Is that another snack? Oh no, that's a Pummel. My eyes are not as good as they used to be. I guess turning 25 really has taken a toll on me already. So the wounded ball effect is live here.
Does that is on lower life?
I believe so. I think it might be a yellow.
Okay. Yep. Okay, well, yeah, I feel Josh will have to be careful here because if he elects to not block the swing back and he gets hit by a pummel, goes down to 3 cards, drops it, because he could certainly be thinking I want to take this and just dominate for the win next turn with the
I think
it looks like he has.
So you're so far ahead on life that I think that you'll find you could just initially blocking it and just swing with the Anaphos. But if Josh doesn't have if he's got caught with his pants down and doesn't have the defense react, he's in for a world of trouble because the pummel on how to discarding a card is huge.
I think what he might be doing here is looking through to see if Simon has sort of any further defense reactions. Because one thing is, say if he has enough to dominate an attack next turn, he may not have wanted to block there because if he blocks with 1 card and then gets pummeled, he takes
then he's go down
damage.
To 2.
And then
okay, so we're just saying that,
but he has the staunch response.
This guy's got it all. I mean, he takes a couple of vanilla damage here, but it's fine. But Sword just needs to keep applying turns like this.
Absolutely.
It
feels like Simon really has to keep pushing he has to keep pushing and pushing and pushing because
this is a game plan that Josh is fine. He's fine just putting all these cards back to the bottom, not having to worry about fatiguing, taking a couple of vanilla damage here and there.
Exactly, because he knows this. I think as soon as Simon doesn't have an arsenal, or as soon as Josh has enough to get that dominate for lethal with the Goliath gauntlet, I think he's playing it pretty cautiously, and I think that's totally fine. And just making sure that he can just play the game at his pace. He can tap it at block, and then wait, and then go for lethal on the big turn.
Man, I wish that microphone standing in front of these players was working. I would have loved to hear Saw's reaction to some of these turns. Of course he's got the sink below.
It was a pretty rough thing below.
That was a very powerful sink. So I think Saw's thinking about wanting to just throw out that Crush Confidence here, just so we can block more efficiently with less cards.
Yeah,
doesn't really seem like, but he's also got the emerging power. I don't think So he's tossing up.
One thing about the Crush Confidence here is that I believe that Helm of Ice and Speak has a counter on it. If that is the case, a Crush Confidence with Dominate would then turn off Josh's ability to dominate.
Which would be huge. Yeah. So it's interesting here. He does have enough to definitely. Maybe he wants to dominate Crush and Arsenal a card as well. But he's choosing just to play the Stonewall and pitch. Okay.
So that's coming to 4, it seems.
Yeah, so this is fine here. Josh can just block with 1 card, take 1 damage. And he's still smiling.
Yeah, this will be interesting. I can't quite see the color of that Stonewall. My guess best would be...
I think it's blue.
I guess it would be blue, yeah. So that means that his 3 cost or more cards are blocking for 5. I wonder here if Josh might just go for an Anathos for 6.
Yeah, and then Sword's just going to be tempted to just 1 card block and leak the damage.
It depends. Like we don't know his hand. If he's got the big dominate attack, he might just go for it with the Goliath Gauntlet. I mean, I'd be very tempted to do that here.
Oh, definitely. So he's got the emerging power in the arsenal. Looks like Saw has a staunch response here. Wow.
Ooh.
Oh, but it doesn't pair with the Stonewall actually because it's 1 cost short, right?
That's true. It just means that
So yeah,
okay,
just hammer for
6. I really like that play. I really like that play here because if he Simon blocks with 1 card, so he gets around.
He's going to leak the damage.
Yep, he leaks around the damage, and what that means is in the late game, which that is late game now, is that Josh can afford to block with 3 cards and then go pitch Anathos for 4 and force a 2-card block from Simon every time. He only block. And whereas if Simon blocks with 2 cards here, again, that's a pretty big win for Josh.
It's a win-win scenario for Josh, no matter what he does. If you block with 1 card, great. If he double blocks it here, even better. I think Saul might be tossing up, trying to stay. Oh, no block. No block.
It's interesting because if he gets the staunch response here, that seems pretty. Okay, so he could be bluffing the pummel as well. That's what. So he's managed to pull the staunch for 8. That's huge. I think that's massive that Josh managed to pull it off.
Saul's had enough. He's throwing the Anathos in the bin.
So we saw a blue drone pitch there and a hammer for 4. Oh, and then we got the sink below.
Another sig. Yeah. Unfortunately for my boy Saul, this is just not looking good for him. Josh has had an incredible pull.
Looks like Josh has played really well as well this game. We have to say, and
he's got the 4-card hand now. Yeah, I have a feeling the writing's on the wall. Yeah, the Goliath Gauntlet's been popped. That's all she wrote, folks. That's all she wrote. That's all she wrote. Yeah.
Is that just for 7? So a defensive react would can't. Yeah, is that a blue cartilage crush?
I'm not sure yet, but yeah.
Yeah, but with the handshake.
Yeah, classic. Man, well played, both players.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that was what a great way to start off the stream. So much action there.
And yeah, I mean, big shout out because Josh Scott. I'm not sure if it's a play I've had the I've been fortunate enough to play at a tournament before, but I just want to say he really really impressed me with his players that game. I felt he played it very patient when he needed to. He didn't just
100%.
Yeah.
That was a great game to watch, man. I have a feeling Josh Scott sees a ride in for top 8. I'm calling that now. Like with that pull and that equipment setup, yeah, just give this guy the cold foil Dorinthia already, so we can start listing it up on the marketplace.
And a shout out to the Saw as well. I feel he played a pretty good game. It did feel that Josh potentially had the slightly better sort of sealed pool or deck there.
Slightly better. Come on, mate. It's like comparing a Ferrari to a Toyota, but at the end of the day, they both get the job done. I'm not too sure. I think Saw must have had quite a poor pool if he's elected to play Guardian the way he has. I'm going to try have a word with him in between rounds because you are able to actually switch heroes between rounds. I'm just wanting to know how bad that ninja pool had to have been to not play it. You know, you got scars,
red snatch.
the Snapdragons, yeah. I think he must just have not opened enough of the zero cost blues.
We're going to see the defense reacts come out. So 2 staunch responses, 2 unmovables, at least 2 red sinks that we saw. That is a very, very good. 3 staunch responses. That is a very, very good Guardian pool.
That is like the dream, paired with the full suit of armor. Oh,
I mean, when we saw the I had to rub my eyes a little bit. Yeah, really well done, Josh.
Yeah.
I had to rub my eyes a little bit when we saw the Showtime for Crippling Crush. I'm like, wait, are we streaming the Blitz event down in? Are we streaming Blitz down in North?
Yeah. Dude just straight up borrowed Kale's deck.
But that was awesome. Yeah, like you said, what a way to start off the stream. We get to see, we saw Josh take down the Saw. Really, really well played from Josh and from Saw. And I kind of agree with you. I think Josh has a really good shot to do quite well today. I feel like I can see him in the top 8.
100%. That is just everything that you need. I mean, we got to remember he's got the red sigil as well. Oh, everything.
Yeah, true. I forgot that one.
All right, so we have a little breather till we get the next roundup. Looks like there's about a 2-minute difference, assuming none of these other games go into time.
That sounds good. So we'll just jump off for a couple of minutes, let everyone take a bit of a break. But we've got our eyes on the stream, so we'll be back well in time for the next round.
The eye of Rathe is always watching.
And
All
here
right,
we
welcome
go.
back,
This is a
everyone.
matchup
Round 2.
the matchup I'm looking forward to. So we've got
Yeah,
the currently number 1 ranked player in the world, a guy, Jacob Pearson.
My boy, another Sushi
up
Night
against-
representative.
And he's up against local legend Nick Spence. So Nick's amazing guy, down from Dunedin ways, repping it for the home team.
My stream has just paused. I don't know if you've got the same problem here. It says,
Yeah, so guessing that will come back in a second. We'll just message to get that sorted out.
oh, there we
Here
go.
we go. We're back.
Yeah. So yeah, like Karen said, Nick is the local legend. Mr. Matt, you can see he's representing, I believe that's the Aria Playmat, the Guardian home ground. Very beautiful mat. We've got a Bravo versus Hatsu matchup. No Snapdragon scales, unfortunately.
Ooh, no snappies. Yeah, I was going to say for the Aria playmats, I mean, I don't have any confirmation on this, but I've heard that sort of rumored that they're very, very rare, sort of one-on-one. But anyway, sorry, we'll jump into the gameplay.
Yeah,
Seems like we're starting up.
Jacob's got the cross strap, but he doesn't have any arms, so don't have to worry about the Goliath Gauntlet. But honestly, I think I'd rather see the Goliath Gauntlet than that cross strap. Just being able to cheat out one action attack every game, it's huge.
Yeah, and we see he's got 2 pieces of iron rot, so armor I feel is very good against.
All right,
Ninja.
so no mucking around, Jacob. Just full on dominate a couple times so you can keep pitching to refill your hand. Just swing for 6.
And we'll see if we can get that life totals just fixed at some point, because I think it's still holding over from the old game.
Yeah, I think they'll fix it when they go to take damage. So Nick Spence, the foil crazy
It's
brew.
a crazy brew pitch.
Madman.
Ooh, so we see the nimble strike there. But just to explain to some people in case they're wondering how that works. So when you play the nimbleism, it's an action, so it immediately goes to the graveyard. So you can sort of immediately use it with that nimble strike.
The thing here is playing the action would close that chain. It isn't relevant at all because there's no mask of momentum. But
yeah, I think Nick might have flashed us. I think he has another nimble strike in the arsenal there. Potentially. Although one thing I was wondering about is banishing the nimblism there, because it gave him go again and +1, but he couldn't utilize the go again.
Yeah.
And we see here it comes out. So I'm just going to mention Jacob counting out Nick Spence's deck here. This is usually quite important when you're playing sort of potentially fatigue versus fatigue deck, which Ninja can be at times, just to make sure that you're not sort of playing your game and you find out 10 turns in that they're running 43 cards and you're going to struggle to actually get there.
Yeah. Jacob might have also been wanting to try and remember like how many turns until he draws that crazy brew, because a card that doesn't block is very, very scary to see late game. Jacob could plan out his big push when he thinks that Nick might have that crazy brew in hand. Essentially,
that's actually really good. Yeah, that. All right, just gonna say it's a really good point. Okay, so we see the strike come out now.
This is just some vanilla damage here. Jacob has to be wary of stuff like a razor here, which I thought I saw that coming. Yeah. I mean, I think it's fine here.
I think that works out fine. I mean, a red razor. That's I think Jacob will be pretty happy to see that hit the graveyard. But I mean,
especially because you just swing back for 6 the next turn. It's unfortunate that the life hasn't been corrected, but
yeah, I did wonder why there we see a drone as well. Whoa, did that go to the graveyard?
That
was a drone, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm 100% that was a drone.
Oh no, because
that's on both players.
Is and at
To
this point,
recognise those triggers.
see. Oh, so
yeah.
maybe has he noticed the drone in the graveyard?
Was it not a drone? Maybe it was a Scour the Battlescape, but I'm almost certain that was a drone.
Yeah, maybe we'll see at some point. We could have that wrong. It may have been a scour. It would just be unfortunate if it was a drone. Okay, so we see. Here we go. So the cross trap and the slog is in. Just the barraging prawn. I believe that's a red. So if that's a red slogism as well, that's coming in for.
Did Jacob flash the Bravo to show us that it's intimidated, or?
I believe so, yes, because he pushed
that's going to be a lot of damage. So barraging Brawnhide also gets +1 if it's not defended by 2 or more non-equipment cards to barraging beatdown without the intimidate.
And that's where that cross trap just came through perfectly.
Yeah.
Given enough resources to get everything off. Yeah, and I think we see Jacob playing this, I feel he made that play. He's not afraid to sort of use the cross trap early in order to sort of maintain the tempo. I feel he knows here that because he's so far ahead on life now, what he can choose to do is just play that Amethyst for 6 game and just wait for another one of his big turns.
So we've got a blue head jab here that's just been blocked with the legs, and he's just throwing out another potion. So he's playing a Crazy Brew and the E-Pot. Yeah, I like getting rid of that E-Pot as soon as you can.
Yep. No, that makes sense. They're zero cost. They turn on Kodachis and everything.
Yeah, you just don't want to see them late game because they don't have any defensive prowl.
Absolutely, that's a good point.
We got our first comment from the live chat. Callum Giddens, who is that?
I think that's some nobody. I wouldn't worry about him.
Nah, I don't know. Never heard of the bloke. Oh,
I think it seems kind of familiar. I think he got lucky against some like real good player in the top 8 at the calling and managed to get past them.
Did he?
Yeah. And then I think he got binned off by you at some point. So yeah.
Oh yeah, he tried to get me with that Heron's Flight fucking horrible card. Of course, I had the double sigils, boy. Let's go.
Right, so just that kind of game here. I'm just trying to see what color that debilitate is.
It's very hard to tell the colors, but
we might see if we can sort that out in a future round. But I think that the big thing
I don't think there's much they can do. In all honesty,
that's fair enough. Now that's kind of forcing out a block from
what is the debilitate crush? I've forgotten. Is that the next attack loses? Yeah. So that must be an attack or attack action?
That's attack, so it would burn on the Kodachis as well.
Yeah, I mean that's not too bad.
So we see it.
I don't really like how a couple of turns ago, Nick hits the sigil. I've seen him just play it outright, just to get back some life. But
here we see quite a cool turn.
Yeah, but he has no card in hand, so that surging strike really isn't threatening much on it.
Then we see you get hit by the staunch. Yeah, so it's a Katsu and Sealed. It's quite a cool deck because you can have all this chip Kodachi damage with things like Razor Reflex, and you can block up pretty well. But Jacob's kind of consistently keeping the pressure on here. We saw it start with that big hard and cross trap turn into the Slogism's barraging Brawnhide.
Big snowball.
Because I think he realizes, if he gets that off, I think he's kind of looking at this matchup saying, I don't want this to turn into like me hitting with Anathos and Nick hitting with Kodachis, because eventually we're just trying to grind out that way the Kodachis can actually get there, because they're really annoying being 1+1 damage. So I think by doing it this way, he's just saying to Nick, like, you have to block with 1 to 2 cards every turn. I'm going to maintain just enough of a life lead that when I need to get off the big dominate attack lethal, I have access to it.
Yeah. Jacob's fine here, just taking these Kodachis to the face.
So we see a flick flag there. I think he might have an unmovable in hand because we see another potion.
Another potion? Is this guy playing Ninja or the Alchemist? What's going on?
Yeah, I suppose, they work for Kodachis, they work for Katsu.
Yeah, but I just don't agree with playing too many cards that
That does. It's certainly very much a trade-off. I believe I was going to say we see another razor reflex.
Yeah,
okay,
guys, so Nick's definitely got the ninja pull here. You know, you got these razors, you got all these zero cost cards that block for free. Some of them block for zero.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I believe he set it unmovable there. So we see a slogism into cartilage.
That isn't unmovable. That's very good here.
Because I was wondering why he used the flick flack last turn. The reason for that is because defense reaction is so critical against defending.
Yeah, did he flip from the arsenal and just wanted to clear it out?
He played the flick flack from hand, but I think that was because he had the unmovable as backup. So I believe this is a non-dominated cartilage crush. I think
it's hard to tell the actual power of it, but yeah, this is looking good.
Yeah, that's not ideal. He really would have wanted to keep a card to keep
he had to do that to stay alive. I'm pretty sure. But now Jacob can, if he gets an attack here, he most likely can just dominate and win. He only has to push through 2 damage.
Yeah, so I think Jacob's going to be feeling pretty comfortable at the spot he's in. Nick
we may see Nick pop that hood to try draw out a defense react.
Yep, that's a really good. Or the sigil, which we saw him pitch earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be interesting, because he might have that. What was that first potion he?
I don't think he's back to the energy potion just yet. But yeah, that will be coming up, and I think okay, so here we.
This is overpitching and coming for 6. Yeah,
it's quite good. Can represent a pummel here as well. Because of the life totals, that's now hard for Nick to play around.
What was it? Hammer for 4.
Hammer for 4.
That is unfortunate. That could be that. This is the window Nick needs.
Absolutely, this is a huge window for Nick here. So he's got 3 cards in hand. We know he's playing cards like Razor Reflex as well. Jacob's going to be quite a red leg tap. Okay.
Red tap. Let's go, baby. But I mean, this is fine for Jacob. He could. He's got the react, but I was going to say he could just block with 1 card in the helmet. But he's got the other leg tap. Jacob choosing to leak the 1 damage there because Nick doesn't have a card in hand to utilize Cut's ability there. So he's just saved that Iron Rot for a really important block. And
so now we
this
see
one is for 6. This one's for 6. There's no pummel trickery here. You've just got to double block that. So with some Kadachis. Yep.
See, now we're into that spot where the Kadachis. I think Jacob's still going to feel pretty safe, like you identified. He's got that Iron helm.
Oh, there's a crazy, bro.
Okay, you're right. Actually, it's coming back up.
That means that he should be drawing the potion of strength soon as well, because
I think
next turn,
importantly.
So just a head jab here for free. Just block for 1 card. Yeah, that's fine.
I think we're seeing the power of these Kadachis here because Jacob's trying to get through with this hammer. Oh, here we go.
Oh, this could be it. This could be all she wrote. Yeah. Well played. No. Oh, it's a potion of strength.
Is that a raging for 7?
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering because if he
was at 2, right?
Yeah, but he had a hope merchant set up.
Yeah.
If he used the hope merchant for a 3 block there, he survives. I would have thought.
Because you would have put back that crazy bro, right? Or even just a 2 blocker.
Yeah, you put back all 3 cards.
You can sigil to 5. Yeah.
If you block that, you might go down to 1 and potentially put some pressure. I mean, I don't know that I'm like it may not have been a red sigil as well. It could have been yellow for all we know.
Okay.
I thought I saw it was red, but I can't confidently say that. Nick's a very good player, so honestly, I'm more inclined to think that I just got the color wrong.
He bid me off on the last round of Swiss, where I was 100% sure that it was my winning, and I played that game, and he just binned me off. I thought he had knocked me out of top cut, but the fab gods are on my side that day.
Yeah, so I think we got to see an example of a really high level game there. So I think we saw Jacob identify the game plan he had to go for, that he needed to sort of push the tempo and get far ahead enough on ice so he didn't get stuck in a spot where he was trading out Anathos swings for 6 into Kodachis. Because if you get stuck doing that, it's like they block with 2 cards, take 0 damage, and then you Kodachi in for 2. And that sort of, with Razor Reflex go again, it becomes a bit of an issue.
He definitely had those razors on deck, but he's playing the free potions. You gotta have a lot of confidence to be able to play them. I mean, like I'm fine with Crazy Brew and the E-Bot. The potion of strength, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I feel that it may have been in there. I think he just needed enough
Zero-cost blues. Yeah.
So I think he would have preferred 1 or 2 of those to be something like maybe just a Whelming Gust Wave or a Blue Rising Knee. But I think because he had the 3 red Razor Reflexes, he was just thinking, like, this might punish me a little bit, but it's going to punish me more not having enough of these things. Yeah, we see someone in the commentary, they're saying Nick didn't break his hood. Yeah, that's a good point, Calvin, because we actually identified that too. We were wondering if he didn't have any defense reacts left in the deck, or if he didn't have, if that was, say, a yellow sigil, then he actually just had no outs. If it was a red sigil,
he must have known that he didn't have any defense reacts to kind of filter through, maybe.
Yeah, it just depends, because if that was a red sigil, like we're saying, it would have made sense to crack the hood. Then if you pick up a 3 block, you block the Raging for 7, you sigil a Soul up to 5 life, you block the Raging for 7, go down to 1, and then you've got 2 cards in hand to potentially do something. But again, it's not sort of not 100% sure what color that sigil was. But it's just an interesting thing to point out for maybe players watching that, don't forget your equipment. So I've definitely done that before playing with Hope Merchant's Hood. Like, think about it. You're like, okay, yeah, I'll use this at some point, and then you just kind of forget to use it the whole game. But maybe that's one we can ask Nick Spence later at some point. Maybe if he even jumps on to join us, we can just ask for his thoughts on that game.
Interrogate him.
Yeah. Why didn't you crack the hood? Tell us.
Hooded man. Yeah, quite a fast-paced game. You see, we've still got 15 minutes left of the timer in between rounds.
Yeah, I think we saw both Jacob and Nick playing very quickly there. Yeah, the one thing that I was saying on turn 1 there when Nick chose to. Oh, interesting. So we got Rohan Kano. Sorry, I'll come back to that. But we got Rohan Kano in the comments saying should have cracked the hood on the turn.
Who's that?
It's whole hand to unmovable.
Did he top 8 at the calling? Wow.
Bro,
he didn't top 8, bro.
The best get out. So I think that's another good point he was saying for the Hope Merchant hood. I think he pitched 2 cards to that unmovable actually. I believe on that turn, so he could have potentially cracked the hood set for a blue there.
Let's get the blue, yeah.
The one actually,
I don't know what other scenario you do want to save the hood for. So just to get the blue for the unmovable does seem pretty, worthwhile because there's not really many other spots where you want to dig.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can potentially get Nick's thoughts on this because I can feel like he might have been wanting to save it on that turn. I feel like he used 2 cards because I think he blocked with 2 cards and then. I think he blocked with 1 card, then pitched 2 cards to play the unmovable, something along those lines. So maybe he was thinking that he was prepared to give up his turn anyway and wanted to save the hood for when he drew those potions later. That could be, or if he needs it for a sigil. So I can understand it. The other one play I was a little curious about was the turn 1 play where Nick was sort of choosing to push damage by banishing the Nimblest into the Nimble Strike. The reason I wasn't totally sure about that one is just because he flashed us. He had the follow-up Nimble Strike on his next turn as well. So because he wasn't able to utilize that go again, I was wondering if he potentially considered saving the Nimblism for turn 2. At least, sorry, saving the banishing the Nimblism for turn 2.
Yeah, because he arsenaled the second Nimble Strike, right? So it would have been fine to just Nimble Strike just for vanilla damage and then get that Nimblism go again turn the next turn.
Yeah. So I did wonder about that one. I mean, one thing is he might have been doing it as a bluff to like perhaps try strip as many cards out, like hoping that Jacob would perhaps maybe block with 2 cards on that, because then he could threaten Kart's ability to discard and search something up. So that's definitely that's certainly one consideration that might have been running through his mind there. Yeah, because I did initially, when I saw that, I was kind of thinking, oh no, like why didn't he save it for turn 2? But a lot of players, it's not just about sort of the cards. We can see all the cards on the screen, but obviously both players can't see their own ones.
We're the game masters.
Yeah. So it's
easy for us to judge. We're like the bloke from Art of War overlooking everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Picking plays up.
It's easy.
The whole battlefield on lock.
They're like, oh, why didn't he predict he had the pummel? What an idiot!
What a noob. Another point I want to bring up is maybe he doesn't want to hope merchant on the defensive side and draw multiple potions.
Yeah, that's
more than one card that blocks for 0.
It's very true when you have 2 cards in the deck that do block for 0. That is a good point. I think, like we were saying, there's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of things that go into deciding when to use the Hope Merchant's Hood. I find it to be one of the most interesting pieces of equipment in Welcome to Rathe as a whole, because I feel often in sealed or draft, like you see it and just like, and Hope Merchant's Hood, I guess I just put that in my deck. It's no Iron Rot Helm or class equipment.
Yeah. There were people who were playing it in Classic Constructed over the Iron Rot Helm. I couldn't believe it.
Shout out Luke Fitcher, but
Gary Lynch, Gazza and the lads. The Hope Merchant.
Yeah, we love you, Gary. We love you, Luke, as well.
The classic Welcome to Rathe Constructed play was you dig for the shunts or the reckless swing, right? For the win.
Yeah, exactly. Or you can dig for that, or you can dig for defense reactions and things. Like, it's one of those cards I was going to say, it feels like it's not doing a whole lot, but then it can get very scary when people when you see someone crack the Hope Merchant's Hood, either on offense or defense, you kind of think, oh no, like they're up to something.
I just want to ask, how different do you think that game would have been if Nick Spence was able to have a Snapdragon Scalers for you to use?
Yeah, I'm not like
it didn't really seem like there were much. There weren't really too many attacks that you'd want to give go again anyway. I didn't see much snatches or.
I think one of the. It's good to have access to as a consistent threat, but it seemed like his deck was more built around sort of Katsu Kadachi chip. So like he just wants to block out some of the big attacks and then just throwing out multiple small attacks a turn, backed up with Razor Reflex and backed up with a few defense reactions on the defensive side. I think Snapdragon Scalers, it's always nice to have a ninja, like even just to throw out, on a Nimble Strike, for example, one that doesn't have go again, or Wounding Blow, Fifth Super S, Pounding Gale, basically the Scar for Scar. There's so many good attacks you can throw it out on, and it sits there as a threat in your opponent's mind. I don't think it would have largely changed that particular game. I just didn't see a huge window. To me, one of the huge tempo points in that game was actually 2 ones I saw were was turn 2 for Nick Spence when he went for the Razor Reflex and it got sort of countered effectively by the sink below. I think that opened up space for Jacob to put a bit of pressure on for another turn or two, then set up that big Slogism to the hard and cross trap Slogism, and dominate on the Barraging Brawnhide. That huge attack that just opened up that 8-point lead in the life totals.
Yeah. I mean, well played by both parties.
Yeah, I thought that was a really. I just wanted to say
a lot more action than I was anticipating for Sealed.
Yeah, I thought Nick, I just wanted to say, did really, really well to like really pull that game back to being a close game, because it looked in the
time that Jacob pitched the 3 cards to Anaphos for 4. That was the window that you kind of asked for.
Exactly, and I think the fact, I'm not sure if he had resources up to bluff the pummel, but I think the fact that Nick Spence kind of correctly identified that he had to just block with 1 card there, to keep up the tempo was good. I think there's at certain points, if you're going to play around the pummel, like when you're behind on life anyway, it's just like if you play around it once and you're playing around it for the next 3 or 4 turns anyway. So I thought he did really well to kind of drag his way back into the game and kind of really showcase why Katsu can be such a threat in sealed with things like raised reflexes. We saw him start to even up the life total up a little bit. Jacob managed to, he got him at the end with that raging onslaught, but again, it was a very close run.
Yeah, but there are some spots where there's just nothing you can do, essentially. Especially
exactly.
when you get dominated on the lower life.
I think I feel like he really, after taking that big hit early, losing a bit of tempo, I feel he really played to his deck strengths to put himself.
He had to block the snatch on that barraging brown-eyed turn.
Did he? Yeah, because
which is unfortunate. Like,
yeah,
you want to block that for free, right?
Yeah. I feel like he. What I was going to say is, I feel like he really played to his deck strengths to get himself back into the game. So while he is in a spot, that us as the game master, we can see all the cards. We can look at it and be like, well, it's going to be really tough for him to win this game. I really respected the fact that he didn't just sort of give up when he got hit by that huge attack and just like, oh, whatever, well, I'm down 8 life, it's Guardian, they're just going to kill me with dominate. He really kind of like grounded out.
No, you're never out of it until the game's over.
Exactly. So when Jacob had that turn where he bricked a little bit and pitched 3 cards to swing for 4, that was exactly the window that I think Nick Spence was playing for, thinking like, here's my turn to make something happen. It didn't quite work out that way. Jacob was able to, maintain his life total, block correctly to keep himself well ahead. But saying that, I feel it went for a turn from potential blowout to a really close game, and that's why you always played at the end,
Yeah, 100%. That's an amazing thing about this game is, you're never truly out of it until the game's actually over. You can get hit with these rough turns where it feels like everything's going their way, but until it's over, you got to stay fighting. Unless you're playing Azalea, then it's already over.
All right. Well, it looks like we've got probably 5 to 10 minutes until the next game. Should we just take a short break and then we'll jump back into it?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. And yep, shout out to everyone watching. We'll be back soon.
All right, looks like we're about ready for the next game. Ashton getting ready. My boy. Holding it down.
All right, yeah, so we're back. So we've got Jacob Pearson again. And Ash. Ash
My
thing.
boy. My two boys. Man, I love this community. Everyone's just my boy.
Yeah. So Ashling as well, quite a good steel player. I believe at the the PTI event before the calling, he made the top 8 there in the Arcane Rising sealed. So
Did he?
I think so.
Oh yeah, he did, yeah. Yeah, so it looks like we've got a Bravo mirror match here, so looks like what I said is coming out from the chat. We'll be seeing a lot of Bravo and a lot of Katsu. They're just really consistent decks. The limited sealed pool. That's interesting. They were both looking through each other's decks, it looks like.
Really?
Oh, I don't think that was around. I think they were just chilling. Just chilling each other's decks. Yeah. But they were full on just looking through each other's decks. I think Ash just came over and started chilling. Man, that's funny as.
That's quite funny.
Yeah. Damn, I was looking forward to having my boy on the stream, but looks like Jacob's setting up. So I guess they're just having table 1 on the stream.
Yeah, could be that. So I wonder who got up next on the stream. Good looking, very businesslike as usual.
Yeah. Classy casual. So it seems player 2, Caleb Hogoff. Sorry, I'm not too sure on the pronunciation.
Yeah, so Caleb Hogarth, that's definitely a name I've seen pop up before.
Loving tattoos. Curious as to see this matchup.
I'm trying to recall if Caleb was the Dunedin player who played Wizard in that classic constructed tournament that time. I might have that confused though, but
the one who
that name definitely rings a bell.
Played Matt in the finals.
Yes, that's the one.
Okay, I think the main camera's gone to sleep.
And one thing I just heard, from my connections, my people is so we think Josh Scott, that previous game, I believe he's the admins on Discord who gives a lot of the judge rulings and things along those lines. I think I think he actually created sort of an unofficial sort of judge questionnaire test thing as well, which was like he had some really tough questions in there. I sort of went in being like, I kind of went in being like, this will be easy, what is a blue card picture or something. But it was good. There were like a lot of questions.
Was it the comprehensive one? Yeah. I had a crack at that, and I think after like 1 or 2 questions, and so I was just like, nah. Because the official LSS judge quiz is very easy. I flew by that. Got a perfect score. Oh man, we're straight into the action here. We got our first brute for the day.
Here we go.
Oh, he's
All right.
got
And
leggings! What a madman! He's got the livers!
Oh,
If he's
here we
got the
go. I'm looking
tome
forward
as
to this
well,
game.
he's got the tome as well. It's such a powerful combination. So he's got a total of
hood and
5 life here extra with his equipment.
I was going to say, I feel like Hope Merchant's Hood and Brute can be very good because it's so important to like dig for those 6 power cards in particular spots, or like, you know, dig for the Intimidates. So it'll be really interesting to see how he uses it.
Yeah, 100%. I'm really looking forward to this game. I'm rooting for Caleb here. I know that, Jacob, you're my boy, but like Brute's sort of like the underdog in the sealed world. But man, when you get the levers, you can do some powerful things. And that brings me to Carol's comment in the live chat. Wonder if we'll see some upsets. Baby, I think we're about to see one.
Well, we just saw an Anathos for 6 just go through unblocked. Jacob did put this taunt response in Arsenal, so
Unfortunately, he does hit the wrong card. Oh, well, looking at that, he doesn't. I'm not sure what's going on. The Savage Swing's coming in for 7 with Go Again. I don't know why he elected to pitch the pack hunt rather than try and keep it in the hand to get the discard proc. And now we're seeing
a blue
Scarf.
pack hunt, I think potentially.
Oh, okay. Well, he's managed to drop the Potion of Strength into play after swing 2 attacks, so that's not bad. That's not bad.
Yeah, so there was a fair chunk of damage to take on that turn to get that through. I think looking here, Jacob will be pretty happy. Yep, I think it's fine. I think Jacob will be like happy with that initial exchange, being able to get rid of that quicken token and only take a couple of points of damage.
Okay, so we're seeing the early Fridge block here. I would have liked to see him maybe keep that for to stop an on-hit crush effect. But you just don't want to fall too far behind on life at the same time.
I think I agree with you there. Sometimes, but he looks like he's keeping it real. He's going hard.
Yeah.
Oh no, and he misses unfortunately, and that's the sink below gone.
That's unlucky. But the thing with Bellow is even if it doesn't hit, it's still just a +5, I think, with the red one. Yeah, so that's just forcing a free card block, and now it's just going to be Anathos for 4.
Yeah, I think I do agree with you on that last point. Not to criticize players for their decisions necessarily, but I think it's important, generally speaking, against Bravo to try and maintain equipment sometimes for those big crush effects.
You don't want to fall too far behind on life at the same time.
Yeah,
it's already a 7-point game.
Yeah, it does sort of narrow the path a bit of what you're able to do. But we'll see how this game progresses. It's all action at the moment.
Yeah. All in. So.
Oh, here we go. Regurgitating Slogism.
The play. But for Jacob, this isn't threatening at all. You're just going to block here and take a little bit of vanilla damage.
I think Jacob will be pretty comfortable with where this game is at the moment. So we see the equipment's gone, so the Scab Skin is up for a big block. But aside from that, it looks like Jacob's got we'll see the life lead after this, but he's got a reasonably good big life lead, and he's still got all his equipment available.
Yeah, maybe Caleb has like a big Alpha Rampage turn that he's going to try set up with the Potion of Strength, which would be huge. But, with these limited card pools, it's hard to predict what these players are doing because we don't know what their deck contains. They do.
No, that's true. Now we see a Buckling Blow come through, so he'll be wanting to block that because the life
that'll give the battle worn count on something for crushes, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So that would put a counter on the
Yeah, so you might as well block with it there. He does have the drone. Oh, come on! The drone goes to the bottom of the deck. Yeah, good man, Jacob.
Good man, Jacob. That's what I like to see.
Well, it is on both players to
That's true. That's true.
Trigger because so we're seeing the Potion of Strength come in for the Wounded Bull. So
It's a 10.
Man, that's a 10 attack, right? It's pretty big. The thing is, these big attacks just don't threaten much. It's just damage. Damage isn't. No, he's brought the game into a more comfortable life range rather than being down 8. Now he's only down 3.
Yep. So we see Jacob.
Oh, there it is! He's got the rampage.
Okay.
And barraging. Oh boy, just take that Anaphos. Take that Anaphos.
Unfortunately for him, Jacob, he elected to take that damage last turn to hold onto a sink below. So I think he might have to take it anyway, but I think you're right. But I think that Seek Blow might save his life here.
Yeah. Damn. So he's going to go barraging here, get the Intimidate. If he's got the blue to discard, to pitch and then play the Alpha, he's going to get another 2 Intimidates here. But that defense reactor is going to come in very clutch right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, he might be thinking about throwing up the pack hunt even. But you can't play the Alpha, bro, if you don't have a card to discard. Oh, he doesn't have the blues to pay for it. Oh, that's unfortunate. I think he might have to just play the pack hunt this turn.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for the...
I mean, he does have the option to mulligan out the hand and get some blues, but
that's a good point.
I don't mind this play here. But it's kind of a tell now. Jacob's going to know. Oh, he's trying to pitch for a big card. It must be the Alpha Rampage.
Yeah, and that's a very easy mistake to make sometimes. Like I've done that all the time with things like Savage Feast. But in a way, it's gotten rid of the sink blow, so it's fine. I think
it's
might have preferred to potentially just use the pack hunt, but I think that's definitely thrown off his calculation.
Yeah. So we're seeing him pitch 2 red to play the Blessing.
That's going in for 6.
Oh, so he's got... Unfortunately, he can't just take any more hits. He's got a Snatch, a Scar, I think a Savage Swing, and a Sigil here.
Yeah,
so he could have quite a wide turn. I mean, you want to use that hood at some point. You might as well use it now.
I mean, you can block with 1 card here and then potentially elect to crack the hood, or you could just use the Sigil and crack the hood. So it looks like he wants to play it a little bit safer, which is okay. Yeah, that window is sort of rapidly closing.
Yeah, the thing is, with that low life, it's a blue Sigil, okay. Okay, this could be interesting here. So he's going to get double Intimidate, coming in for 11. So most likely we're just going to see Jacob block for 6 here, take 5, go to 6. He's going to gain back some life from that Blessing, most likely anyway.
Unless he has a big enough hand, in which case he may just like to take all the damage here, or block with an Iron Rod if he needs to.
Well, he can't take it all, right? Oh no, never mind. I was thinking of Alpha being 11. That's crippling. That's my bad. It's only 9.
I think Jacobs. It feels like he has a big attack to end the game here. I
believe the writing's on the wall.
I think he blocked with 1 Iron Rot just to be mega safe to play around Reckless Swing. So he's like, if I happen to gain 0 life from the Blessing.
Yeah, smart. That's really veteran mindset there. But yeah, we see the cross strap being broken, Sloggism. Yeah, unfortunately, that's most likely game here because that's just too much damage that you can really do anything about.
It might not be dominated, but it might be enough anyway without it.
Oh, that's game. Well, that's it's encouraging there that you don't need the legendary to 1 and sealed.
Yeah, that was quite a cool game to see.
A lot of action.
Yeah, I respected that Caleb was just, not about this, oh, let's trade out cards and all this, all this nonsense. Let's just go for gold. We'll go hard right from the get-go. I think it looked like you're right. It looked like he may have been just caught out slightly by that Alpha Rampage play. I've done that myself so many times. Like playing Brute, I block out for a turn and I'm like, all right, now I pitch and play Savage Feast. Oh wait, I can't discard. It's happened to me a lot. It's very easy to do.
Yeah, it's very easy to do, especially when you're trying to work things out and you actually realize that the card that you blocked with you did need.
Yeah. And again, when you're playing against someone like Jacob Pearson, number 1 ranked player in the world, it's even little mistakes that it can be very unforgiving.
Yeah, definitely.
I wondered there, because it looked like potentially on that barraging turn, I'm not sure it would have made a huge difference, but I think he may have potentially could have looked at a line where he went, he just played out the pack up for 6 and to see what Jacob did, and then looked to go for the barraging into Alpha Rampage the following turn. I don't think it would have changed a whole lot because I think Jacob.
No, I don't think so either. He would have kept the sink below.
Absolutely, Jacob's a really good player, and we saw that come out that he elected to take actually 5 damage a turn before in order to hold onto the sink below, so he could set the sink below in Arsenal and still pitch and swing for 4 with Anathos. I think that's a really just good forward-thinking play. So he's thinking I'll take damage now when it's vanilla damage. I still have a lead, but in doing that, I'm going to protect myself against these huge blowout turns.
It's a recurring theme with this game. Vanilla damage is just fine. It's these on-hit effects, that change the way that you play.
Yeah. I agree with that for sure.
That's the difference between snatch and the wounding blow. Wounding blow, you take 4, sweet. Letting them draw that extra card, so powerful that you're willing to just throw away potentially 2 cards to stop it, or ideally 1 defense react to premium red, or a free block in equipment.
Yeah, so just like that, we're 3 rounds through, so we're sort of whipping through the skirmish event. It's been great. I feel like sometimes there's this misconception about sealed that it's it might not be as fun as Blitz because you just had to make cards out of what you open. It's not as synergistic, but I really enjoy.
It's fun
seeing,
in its own different way.
Yeah, absolutely. I really enjoy seeing what players, what decisions they make with the pools they open, like the little interactions within their decks that they play towards.
Yeah.
So we've seen Jacob, he's really lent towards that combo. We've seen twice now of the hardened cross strap onto a Sloggers in turn. So to really huge spike.
That's turning to be his bread and butter.
Yep, absolutely.
Another thing about sealed is you get to see more cards shine that don't really get played in other formats. Cards like the barraging Brawnhide you don't really see too much of anymore. Demolition Crews, a classic example. The slog piles. Yeah,
Sloggers and regurgitating slog, and even things like Scour the Battlescape, which you mentioned at one point.
That's amazing. Chris Gehring, can you make the next one block for free so it can actually be played? Carol doesn't seem too impressed with that. It looks like a blank emoji. I don't know, mate. I can't really see it.
I'm going to just choose to see it as a big smiley face, as in, good idea, Jordan. I'll be on to it.
Yeah. Maybe they could get me in the developer team.
Yeah, you'll put them to rights, eh?
Yeah, James White will be having nightmares. He'll be trying to sleep, and all he'll hear is me echoing through his brain. We need more ninja support. We need more ninja support.
Nah, bro, if it was you, it'd be, we got to ban Induction Chamber. It's too good. One Induction Chamber's too good.
If I was on the team, that card would have never existed, because my superior deck building skills would have put together the chamber pile, and I would have just been obliterating them because they were too worried about Wizard being the deck that they nerfed it into the ground.
You know what's good against? You know what's good against Induction Chamber? Your favorite card, Arc Smash.
Smash, yeah. The format changing card, eh?
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know what that card does. It has go again, right?
It has go again. 3 cost yellow, blocks for 3. And you kill
trash. Garbage card. I heard it's good in the Guardian and the Warrior matchup though.
Well, funnily enough, back in Classic Constructed, I've run it in some of those matchups just as an extra block 3 card. So
Yeah. I mean, your strategy at Nats was against Dash. You just played like the full 70 cards, right?
yeah, I played like 70-ish out of the 73 cards, and just I only got to play mid-range Dash. I played Matt once, and I just initially going for the fatigue strategy, so keeping all the defense reacts, block out everything, smash all the chambers. Like
Smash.
Basically, the entire strategy can be summed up in basically 2 sentences, or like 2 steps. Step 1, survive 3 high octanes. Step 2, smash 3 chambers. That was it. And,
Yeah. If only it was that simple, eh?
yeah.
Funnily enough, Rohan knew about the strategy, and he was playing a Remembrance to keep recycling the chambers, and you were recycling the ARG smashes, right?
Yeah, we had a great match in the.
Sorry,
I moved away from my mic. We had a great match in the. Should I say an infamous match in the top 8 of nationals? Went for probably an hour and a half or so. Everyone else is waiting for us.
Did he have to make a play?
Yeah, I had to make a play where basically, I smashed all his chambers, and then he remembranced the back end, and then I remembranced all my ARC smashes back in, and then we're at this point where I was like, all right, he Rohan draws up and he sparks out a chamber. I'm like, okay, this is all good, and then I draw up and just do whatever, and then next turn he does something. Turn after that he drops the second chamber, and I'm like, okay, that's getting a bit scary. And then he drops the third one, and I'm just like, where are my ARC smashes? I'm just like, I'm slowly running out of cards.
That's what happens when you go over the streamline 60, right? You don't get to see those cards that you need when you need them.
Absolutely, and
so it's like a double-edged sword, right? You get to try and survive the long game, but you're also less likely to see the cards when you need.
Yeah. So that's definitely a thing, and both I think that is also relevant to sealed and constructed, playing more than the maximum amount of cards. So we heard Matt talk about before saying he wanted to play a clean 30 cards in a sealed deck, because that would mean he could be more consistent. He could play towards more particular game plan.
Oh, the difference between Welcome to Rape and Arcane sealed is an Arcane is pretty simple. You just grab your Runeblade cards, your generic cards, and you just play them. Unless you're lucky enough to open the induction chamber.
But that's the thing for constructed as well. It's a similar trade-off. You might want to play more than 60 cards in matchups where fatigue can be a real issue. So you just have these spare cards that you can throw out to block with from time to time and let you play a longer game. But it does mean, like you mentioned before, your deck is less streamlined. You're less likely to draw into particular cards or combinations of cards that you'd otherwise that you really need.
Yeah, I mean, you would never want to play more than 60 in Wizard, right? Because you want to maximize the potential of seeing the cards that go together well.
Yeah. So I think that's one of those decks.
You don't want to play Wizard and Constructed anyway, but if you wanted to get that cold foil Kano, being the only person at the event, you get the highest ranked cold foil. It's a good strategy.
Yeah, no, I think Kano is a little bit underappreciated and constructed. It could be a bit of a dark horse at some point.
Yeah, I think it's just a few cards away to fill in the blanks.
Yeah, definitely, it's difficult to play, but I think with so many players playing Kano and Blitz as well, or enough players that some of them are going to translate some of those skills over to Classic Constructed, and it'll be a little bit harder, but I think the fundamental skills can be quite similar.
Yeah, the only issue I have is that the deck's very easy to counter when you have access to cards that you don't have to play in every other matchup, i.e. the prayers that you can just play against one matchup.
That is true, because in constructed, cards like your defense reaction, sink below, springboard somersaults, fate for scene, all that sort of thing, those all come out of your deck.
Yeah.
Some blitz, you're right. Just have to run them. Yeah, I suppose while we got a break, we can talk a little bit about Blitz, whatever, because there is a Blitz skirmish on today down in Palmerston North. So I think this is the first.
I believe there's the sealed as well, isn't it? Is it Blitz?
They sealed as well. Okay. I might have had that totally wrong. They could be.
I'm not too
could be
sure.
sealed as well.
I'm not too sure. No, I think I remember chatting to my boy Jason, and I remember him saying it was sealed. I think
Okay,
there's
okay, no.
there's another event in the South Island tomorrow as part of like the double header, which is Blitz.
Oh, that's probably the one I'm mixing up. I was going to
Yeah.
say that would be interesting to see what comes out of that tournament, in particular.
What do you
with
mean?
the-
What's going to come out of that tournament? We all know what's going to come out of that tournament. If it's Blitz, it's a styro.
Drones banned. Drones is out of here. So I reckon we might see.
Okay. Drones banned.
Yeah,
It
so
doesn't-
I know.
doesn't change
I
much.
think we might see. We might. I'm hoping we see a few different strategies from people testing out different decks that might be able to take advantage of the droneless format now.
You got something in mind? Something that you're keeping from the public?
Well, I want to play something like Dash Control again. I'm gonna give that a go, which is until now just been known as bad.
You want to ruin one format. You can't ruin both formats of that deck.
No, but I reckon decks like Carol McCreath on Guardian. I feel like Guardian has a legitimate shot at fatiguing out Ira now, which is actually quite cool. I feel decks like Dorinthia can have a side strategy of fatiguing out Ira, because when you're doing stuff like Warriors Valor attacking in and they block with 2 cards, that's a 2-for-1 card trade basically. Cards from, if you look at it in cards left in deck. I feel in Dory, if you get ahead a little bit, keep the pressure up, force them into overblocking because they're worried about like attack reactions and stuff like that. It can be a spot where when you get towards the late game.
Yeah, well, is that?
Yeah.
Like unless you see like supremacy or supremacy spoils, just take it. You can do a lot more damage than them. Just take it.
We'll see, bro. Maybe after we're finished commentating tonight, I'll give you a few games in Rathe tonight. See if you can beat my teched out deck.
Well, the tech, red biting blade.
No, I've got for anyone watching. I tried my new tech against Jordan the other night and got smashed 3-0. So
was it the pile
aggro,
constructed
mid-range
pile.
blade.
The thing I have with that deck is it just doesn't do anything. It's just damage. Like there's nothing really frightening about Runeblade except I think the only thing you worry about hitting is ascendancy, right? Maybe consuming volition if we discard a card, but it doesn't do much. It's garbage.
I've got another Runeblade build. We'll play at some point.
OTK Runeblade. No, it's a deck. Just hide behind your barriers all game and then attack for game. What a deck.
Yeah, it's not like that skillful Ira that you play, eh? I could dodge you for 1.
It's like
I
a
could
game of
dodge you for
chess.
2.
It's like a game of chess. Every move is planned out, executed thoroughly, maximizing the Ira ability that you have to strategically use. Your second attack and it's +1. You got to plan your whole deck carefully around that.
Lightning strike for 8. Snapdragon command for 6. Sweet.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why they didn't just ban Snapdragon Scalers, though. That card's insane.
Snappies is really cool in Ira.
No, it's horrendous.
Snapdragon Scaler, it's an interesting card, right? Because it kind of turns it from this more control-ish deck into... I mean, Ira's got some good tempo, right? It can go on the offense sometimes when it needs to, but it feels like Snapdragon really turns into this deck that's sort of control-y / a little bit mid-range maybe, and then by the way, every time I can...
I don't think people.
I guess it's tended a bit more towards. I guess it's tended a bit more towards aggro with it's not like a true aggro deck, like your aggro cuts and constructed and stuff like that. I feel it's
people just piggybacking off me and my red leg tap tech. People realizing that the card's so good.
Leg tap is amazing.
Yeah, we've got our boy in the background there, Jacob Pearson.
He's just wondering. It's like, I'll know I'll be here, back on the feature table.
Yeah, so it does look like they've just selected to have table 1 here, which is, I think it might get a bit repetitive. I'd like them to just, what they did at the call and they just picked out certain matches. I wonder how Josh Scott is doing. Like, I'm assuming he's just 3-0 with that deck. Maybe.
Yeah, because I don't think we've seen.
I'd like to see Josh Scott versus Jacob actually for the King of the Hill.
Because I don't think we've seen. We haven't seen Matt Rogers yet on the stream. As far as playing a game, right? And
maybe he scrubbed out.
Seen.
Oh, I just got a message from Matt actually. He said he's on his way back. Scrubbed out hard, lost a sore. He's hanging up the coat. He's retiring.
Yep. All sounds very true.
he's asking me if I'll take the liberty to just run card a bit for him. He's too ashamed. Man, he must have got good. Must have been.
What else?
Saul got him with the old flock into Snapdragon into Snatch into Anaphos, and Matt said that he's never seen a combo so powerful it makes his high octane tome combo look like child's play.
Whereas it seems like you got the insights. What else is in your inbox there? Have you got some you got some Monarch spoilers from us? You got some other stuff?
Not that I can reveal. Not that I can.
True. You're just having dinner with James last night, and he said, "Look, Jordan, here's some cards, but don't share them."
I got the birthday spoiler. Yeah. All I can say is buying alpha foil blackout kicks.
Well, actually, I was going to say one bit of news that came out today as well was the on the Collective Center, the print runs for Ken Rising, Welcome to Rathe, and Crucible got released.
That's stuff, bro. Bro, who cares? Bro, I just want to play the game.
Yeah, I know. I mean, generally, look, I play more than I collect as well, but I just thought, while we had some spare time,
mate.
we could.
Mate, we all know you're a whale.
Our loyal listeners a little bit.
You're a whale. You're a whale. And there's nothing, you come around to my house, you chat me up, make me feel comfortable, then you're just like, hey mate, want to sell me your foil Katsu deck? Robbed in my own house. Robbed in my own house.
Yeah, and then I was like, oh Jordan, bro, how's it going? It's a real nice day today out here. Now Jordan. Now
I like the UFC too, bro. How much do you trust me?
How much do you trust me? Because I'd like to buy some cold foil legendaries.
Man, yeah, it's crazy. The game's just blown up.
I'm like, oh, Jordan, you watch basketball? Me too. Love LeBron.
La goat.
Jordan, I tell Jordan, he's saying, oh yeah, I like basketball. I'm trying to hustle for some fab cards. I'm like, oh, basketball, I love it. Yeah, like Tom Brady's my favorite player.
Yeah, Tom Brady from Manchester United, eh? So, do we know how many rounds there are?
My voice things.
So, 27 people. Is it going to be 5 rounds?
I think.
Top 8?
I believe it'll be 5. I don't know that 100%, but I'm pretty sure.
So we should be getting a look at the standings after round 4, right? Hopefully.
I think so. I think if it is 5 rounds, that would mean Jacob is locked for top 8 now, having gone 3-0, the way tiebreakers work.
Jacob was locked for top 8 when he got on the plane.
When he went to the sign-up sheet and entered his details.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet he's already sold the cold foil. Like Greg in between rounds has already gone off and shipped it on his behalf. Probably to my boy James Curry.
Yeah, you see Jacob sitting down if he was making his deck on stream, and instead of building his deck, he's just got out he's got out the packaging details. He's writing in the address for the person he's shipping off the cold foil to. He's got his top loader out, his double sleeve. He's like, sweet. Okay, so we've got 27.
Or was that buddy? You're cutting out a little bit there.
Yeah.
Hello, Earth to Kieran. Are we good? Can you hear me? Everyone just leaves me, eh? First, Ian flakes on me. Carol doesn't want to reunite the commentary team. Now my own teammate Kez is just leaving me in the dark. Is there anybody out there?
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, unfortunately. Welcome back.
Yeah.
All right, players, it's time in the round.
Playing up or something.
Active turn player 0. I don't think much games in Seal do go to time though, right?
No, not that often. I don't think. I thought you'd say, all right, players. That's time in the round.
Yeah.
Kieran, that's turn 0.
Classic memes.
I feel like it would be rare for the sort of one to go to time. I mean, maybe if we saw like 2 Bravos each playing with like 40 card decks or something, playing super defensively.
All the blessings, all
but
the sigils.
I still think it's unlikely. Yeah, absolutely.
Man, I'm really hoping we get someone apart from Jacob on the stream, hogging all the attention. Man, like, you won the calling. Give someone else a turn in the spotlight.
Yeah, I do like that we have a little camera, that we can see into the store, seeing the players shadow.
Seeing people move around. See
that's
Saw
Ashling,
lurking around, murking people in between rounds.
Saw there?
Saw's always around, mate. Looks like people are shuffling to their seats.
It's lagging a bit. We'll see how it goes. I'll move if I need to.
Oh, well, there's the man himself, Jacob Pearson, back on his throne, waiting the next
Right,
challenger.
Jacob, give us a smile. Do you want to message Jacob? Tell him to give us a shout out, give us a smile.
Oh, he's smiling. He's got his charming smile going on.
Tell him to give a shout out to the Scar Boys. Maybe like write on a bit of paper. All right, so who's he got? Who's he up
It's
against?
Josh!
Who's that?
We got the matchup!
Oh, nice! I'm looking forward to seeing this
The
one. I
stacked
think this will be
Bravo
good.
deck versus the best Bravo player in the world, apart from me and Kale. Let's go!
And a big
Man.
shout out to, so if it is the same Josh, which I think it is, sorry if I got this wrong, but if it is the same Josh Scott from Discord, big shout out to you for, helping out with
Moonlight
the
Solace,
sort of
is that
unofficial
correct?
judging and all that. So, yeah, that's I really appreciate all the work he's put in, helping people out on this. I think so. I believe that's his Discord name. So big shout out to Josh. I've seen him, giving up his time constantly to help people answer questions, all that sort of thing, putting together that comprehensive rules primer. So yeah, that's really cool. And I'm glad to see he's crushing it today.
Yeah, well, absolutely. With that deck, it'd be hard to lose. Man, this is going to be an exciting game. Two tight. Man, they weren't kidding when they said, was it King Kong vs. Godzilla's out now? This is it. Two behemoths battling it out. Jacob's sure to have heard the whispers around the room about this player Josh Scott with his stacked Bravo deck. Shaking in his
it'll be
boots.
interesting to see how Jacob plays this matchup.
No, I can already see it in his face. He's terrified of Josh.
Okay. Yeah. So we on stream for I would expect.
Well, Sage is having a bit of difficulty hearing you. All right, let's get the show on the road. So we see here Jacob Pearson electing to, I believe, dominate Brawnhide.
Yep. Sorry, can you hear me? So I'm just trying to sort out my
Yeah,
internet.
I
I'm a
can
little bit
hear
slow
you.
there.
Is Brawnhide a free cost card, right?
Yes, Barraging Brawnhide is 3
Yeah,
costs.
so by dominating it here, he's essentially turning on the effect of not being able to double block it with non-equipment cards to get the +1.
Oh,
But it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. Oh, he still took 3 damage. Oh, it must have been a blue staunch.
That should be
But,
blocking for 8. Did he not have the... He may not have had the double blue to discard to it, to pitch to it, which is a bit unfortunate for him.
Oh, okay, we're just seeing the straight up demo crew pitching the pummel. Okay, he wants to save that for later.
That actually, I can see that being a good call here because he probably is aware that Jacob has some number of defense reactions in the deck.
Yeah.
Particularly tournaments, players may often scout and talk to previous rounds opponents and things like that. So, the second
doesn't matter.
bubble.
He's got the. Oh, that's the way to lure him into a false sense of security. Oh, they're pitching pummel. I'm safe. Nah, you got pummeled. So now you got to discard a card, Jacob. 2-card hand. Getting rid of the flock, probably the best choice. If you get rid of a card, you probably just want to get rid of the flock. That's interesting. He did have the sink there, but it wouldn't have mattered because even if he sinks, he's still going to get hit with the pummel effect.
Yeah, he may have actually wanted to
throwing
save
out a
that sink
stone
later in
wall.
the game on a pitch.
Stone will go again, wounding blow. So it's a yellow sink, yellow or a blue sink, most likely the yellow. There's some vanilla damage there, yep. And now Jacob sitting pretty. Throw out a free cost and it's going to be blocking for 5 if that's the blue.
Yeah, it's good. It feels like this will just kind of steal a turn here. Oh, here we go. Another demolition crew. Interesting.
But it's fine because Jacob, even though it does have the dominate, he's just going to 1-card block it anyway, thanks to...
Yeah. I guess potentially this is just worth it here to get through 1 damage. Is that a red demolition crew?
It's hard to tell. I think he stayed on the same life. Maybe it was a yellow Stonewall, which could have made it block for 6.
That's true, yeah.
So we see here Jacob leading out for the Scar for a Scar. Very
really
powerful.
Good. Just getting some good value here.
Yeah, it's essentially 4 damage and then 6. Unless, it doesn't look like Josh took any damage, so could have just been a yellow Scar. But the Anaphos coming in for 6, It's a 9 damage turn off of essentially 2 cards.
Oh, so he's got the Staunch out here because I was going to say it'll be interesting to see how Jacob plays around that. He knew about the Staunch because of it got revealed to Demolition Crew. We see the Showtime pitched here.
Interesting. I have a feeling this game is going to go very long.
Yeah, it looks like both players are being pretty patient. I wonder if Josh had something like a defense react to place down on that arsenal here.
Yeah, so you just pop out the Staunch and just replace it with another react.
Yeah, like that would be, and the fact that he pitched the Showtime. I mean, either that or he might just be wanting to push through some of the defense reacts. And we just see it unmovable to block that out.
So I see Kale McCreef has commented that if he was to cheat and sealed, he wouldn't have even made his deck that stack. Yeah, it's quite a stacked pool, all right.
Yeah, it's
very
great. We've seen Josh play it extremely well so far. So we've seen him run through. The good thing as well is like sometimes you might be thinking like he's being a bit, maybe a little bit loose with these defense reactions, but I think because he has so many,
he's got so many, it doesn't even matter. It's fine.
Yeah, I think it's fine to run it out just the tempo.
Yeah.
It's interesting. We've seen Jacob here. He's going for just very
hammering away.
Very Anathos focused strategy.
All reliable. So we see here, what's that? He must have blocked with a two blocker as well because he got the Forge for War. I'm pretty sure that blocks for 3. What does the auras block 2? Yeah, it's guarding everything. So we see he's pitching the crippling and the unmovable. It's a swing.
One thing to note here is, so they'll be coming for 6. So he did block with the Helm of Ice since peak last turn, just to block 1 point of vanilla damage. Now that's an interesting call. So on the plus side, it means if you choose to crack the Helm later, you've now got full value out of it. But as we've mentioned before, sometimes holding onto those armor blocks against Bravo can be very important.
Yeah. But I think he has so many defense reacts. I don't think he's actually worried about many on-hit triggers.
Could be true, yeah. Now we see Jacob's classic play of the Slogism cross strap into a big attack.
Slog cross strap, yep. And
So I
most
think that'd
likely
be
as
coming
a
through.
Arsenal defense react here.
Yeah, and I think
that's
that's
the dream,
coming in
right?
for It's coming for 14, I think, if that's a red debilitate.
Jeez, that's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot, yeah. But it's I see the unmovable in his hand, and it's not dominated. But this is just a chance for Jacob to get momentum back in. Because now Josh isn't going to have the full hand. Thinking on the
So
sync trigger.
So 2 cards plus sync.
Yeah. So debilitate. So that means the hammer's going to be either 2 or 4 if he chooses to
Yes.
swing. Yeah.
Which is quite
Jacob is on
significant.
6, so it's not like he can just tank it.
Yeah, that's where potentially the Helm of Ice and Speak, if he still had it available, he then would have taken 3 damage from that debilitate.
Yeah, exactly.
Which just means it comes in for a bit more. So
yeah.
Just small thing to note.
Happy Man saying in the chat it's already over. It's never over. Interesting that he's pitching the sigil to crack the helm and arsenaling something else. It has to be a very powerful card in the arsenal. I would have loved to have just seen him play out the sigil. I don't know, because then you are missing out on the arsenal. Maybe that is the right play. You see the sigil later on.
So I think this has been played out with no dominate. From what we can see. So that could be potentially representing a pummel. This will be very interesting because I think we saw an unmovable in the arsenal there from Josh. So it'll be interesting to see how he blocks this.
It looks like he's just going to unmovable it away. Jacob's fingers itching on that pummel. See, he's got the trigger ready. Is he bluffing? Is he bluffing him out? Yeah, I'm just going to arsenal this defense react. Sure. Opponent thinks it's a pummel.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like Josh still has a 4-card hand here after being able to defend definitely biggest attack.
Oh, and we see here we see a big attack being lined up. Now we're playing Flesh and Blood now. Here we go. So
returning the favor for debilitate.
So that's not been dominated, I don't think. So this seems like he's
debilitate costs 4, right?
Yeah, so he's got 1 resource up here, I believe.
He's telling him that I've got the pummel. Unless he wants Jacob to drop his hand here to try and stay alive.
Could be a play, yeah, because it seems unlikely, because we saw him pitch the sigil, so that kind of which Jacob will be aware of as well. So that gets rid of that sidestep play of yanking him sort of full card block and get it. But he may just be doing it for tempo here. Or he's confident enough. Yeah, I mean, we'll see, because if that's a red debilitate's coming in for 10, he might just be thinking, and we could see a block for 14 here. We'll see where this goes. I think Jacob knows that he can't really afford to basically get time walked, so he can't really afford to block with 3 cards and then get pummeled and go down to 2.
Yeah. He's in a tough spot, that's for sure.
That's the thing, even with the defense react here, he doesn't want to block with 2 or 3 cards, use the defense react, and then still take 1 damage from the pummel. Because if he goes down to 5 and has no cards in hand or 1 card in hand, it still just puts on to so much pressure.
Yeah, basically a turn behind.
Yeah,
the rest of the game. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays this out. So choosing the block for 5. Are they both 2 blockers?
Ooh, okay. So then we see that's 12.
The overpitch. So does he take damage there or not?
It looks like he took 1 damage, but I think that's still. I think Josh will be perfectly happy with that. Obviously it would be better if he just won the game with lethal, but he's still ahead now.
Yeah. Yeah, he's basically a turn ahead now, and now he can just keep pumping out these dominated attacks.
One thing is as well, he knows he's pitched that crippling. I believe he pitched a blue and that crippling, and he pitched blues before and after the crippling. So I think he's going to be pretty confident when he draws that he's got the
So if it gets that far ahead.
So here we see a block for 5. I think Jacob's going to try and make something happen here, sort of in the knowledge that he can't just let the tempo slip away with the next 3 or 4 turns and just die to a crippling push.
He can't really do much about it when it comes up.
So I feel that Jacob maybe has something like a defense react here to Arsenal, because he did take a lot of damage and he gave up his equipment in order to get off this cartilage crush. That kind of indicates to me that he must have something pretty decent that he wants to Arsenal if he's prepared to go up the equipment to get there. You see the red sink below come out? Yeah, it very much feels like it's kind of Josh's game to lose at this point. When we see another, is that another debilitate?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
And that's it. And that's it. It's over.
You can just keep pumping up those dominated attacks after you get a turn ahead.
And I think what was really cool to see from Josh that game is I feel watching, without paying too close attention, so I'm pretty sure he went through his whole deck there or close to. It kind of just feels like, lucky he drew those he drew 2 debilitates in a row, but I feel Josh was paying pretty close attention to how he was pitching and ordering his deck there.
For sure. He's playing the smart game.
So Hadman says
the sealed methodical is taking the methodical from Matt Rogers.
Yeah, so we see one of the comments in the chat there that Jacob def can't lethal before Josh redraw sigil or crippling. I think that's a pretty good point. Like, it was a good point that at a certain point, was it 3 red debilitate? We're not 100% sure, but it looked like it was reds. It is a good point that seemed unlikely there that Jacob, because of the nature of both the decks and because of how many defense reacts we know Josh has, it did seem very unlikely that Jacob was going to be able to get there. But it's never 100% over until the game's over. One missed block, one misplay, something along those lines.
Yeah.
One messes something up.
Man, I've never been so happy and sad at the same time. I'm happy to see, the big person with the big target on his head, Jacob Pearson, getting taken down. But that's my boy. Josh Scott is the man to beat.
At least both these players are locked for top 8, for sure.
Yeah,
which is cool. So we're going to see some good top 8 battles. Josh, like we were saying earlier today, we're keen to see sort of a spotlight of. I mean, I think newer players is probably the wrong term, because I feel like a lot of these players, I know Josh has been involved in the community for a long time now through the judging stuff, but I feel maybe lesser known players who may not have been on streams or at bigger tournaments for whatever reason.
Exactly.
And I think it's been really cool to see Josh in particular just completely
taking it out.
Just dominate his way through pretty crushing victories.
He can just go and get lunch now. He's won 4 out of 5. You just concede, go get lunch.
Yeah,
4 top 8.
I guess one thing as well.
Unless you want to go fight for that number 1 seed, get that Dorinthia or Dash cold foil.
Yeah, I think number 1 seed can be quite important because you never know.
Pick who goes first or second all your games for top 8.
Definitely. So it could end up you're in the final against the number 2 seed, and you've got the play or the draw, or whatever you prefer.
Yeah, it's gonna be huge.
It's gonna be huge. We've seen in some of these games on stream today, just a Guardian player being able to, run out somewhere from 3 to 5 damage on turn 1 with a crush attack is just really big.
Yeah, 100%.
So the number 1 player in the world humbled on stream by our local legend, Josh Scott. Big shout out to Josh.
The ruler.
Oh, wait, sorry, one sec. I've just got a phone call coming in from Jacob. I know it's message. He's like, "Oh, Kieran, can you teach me how to play Bravo? I just don't have anything anymore."
I can't get carried by Anaphos any longer.
Thought I was good, but I know you're the master.
Yeah,
Right,
he just got lucky with IRA at the calling.
Yeah, exactly.
Piggybacking off Matt Rogers and the Butcher's testing.
Yeah, and not only lucky, but lucky twice because he did meet me twice at the calling, so obviously got lucky multiple times. So
Must have been his lucky day.
The old Iron it's very high variance matchup. It's all luck.
Yeah, very, very skillful.
Well, all right, should we maybe just take a brief break, maybe grab some water and all that, and jump back on a little bit for the next round?
Yeah, it should be about 10 minutes. Unless all these
sweet,
games get
sounds
speed up.
Sounds good. All right, we'll be jumping back on soon.
All right, looking forward to it. So we should be about to start the fifth and final round of Swiss. Seeing now 2021 calling champion Jacob Pearson taking an exit from his throne after being humbled by Josh. I can't even think of a nickname for him. Just the strategist. Strategist Josh Scott. I like that nickname.
Doesn't quite work, eh?
Hey, we can't all be methodical Matt Rogers or Time Lord Keza.
No, it's Moonlight Solace, but there's no mercy in the daytime. Just stomping down players.
Yeah. Insane. So he should be rejoining us on the feature table, I imagine. I mean, I'm not the numbers guy, but I imagine he's the only possible XO.
There might be one more, I think.
Could it be Matthew Rogers? If we got Matt versus Josh as the last round of Swiss, that'll be a way to go out with a bang before we dive into the draft.
Yeah, so maybe they're switching it up and getting a different feature match.
Maybe they're going to bring the store back on.
I feel like they probably get both the 4-0 players. That would make sense.
Yeah. I mean, if Rohan's still watching us, can you let us know in the chat if it's possible to have 4 or 2 4-0s?
If it's 27 players, hold on, let me calculator. Yeah.
Looks like Josh Scott's sticking around. He doesn't want to move to the player 1 table, though.
Yeah, but
Looks like his opponent's approaching him. Who is that? Can't name a player without the face. David Marshall. So we've got Marshall Mathers.
all right. So
Marshall Mathers versus Midnight Solace. Should be a banger.
yeah, this will be good. Because we haven't seen David yet on the stream, so I'm very curious to see what deck he's playing. Because he obviously must either be 4-0. I like that dice box.
Yeah,
cool.
that's look good, mate.
Because it'd have to be either 4-0 or potentially 3-1. I think we could have 2 players on 4-0, but not 100%. We definitely have it. So we'll Either way, I mean, whatever his record is, it's pretty good. Wait, was that a Dorinthia I saw?
Surely
I
not.
hope so.
Oh,
Yeah, there we
we
go.
got some variants. Hey, that means we actually had all 4 heroes make an appearance on stream today. I love
That's what I
that.
like to see. The old girl, she's still got it. Well, I suppose the young version here, but
young
the sort of the matriarch of Welcome to Wraith.
The
Still a good hero in Blitz.
lore of Welcome to Rathe. Shout out to my boy Luke.
Well, this will be really cool because I think Dorinthia is one of those heroes that isn't necessarily the strongest in sealed on average, but I think
that means that the pool has had to be very good.
Yeah, so that's what I was about to say. I think
got a
the
stacked warrior deck versus stacked guardian deck. This could be interesting.
Yeah, because I think the good sort of Dorinthia seal decks are very, very good. So I'm definitely looking forward to this one. I wonder if it might be tough with particularly with the number of defense reactions that we know Josh has access to. So like the staunches, the unmovables,
it would
the
have to be a real wide variant, right? This guy told us just not going to be sufficient enough against all those reacts. Gauntlet.
There's refraction bolters.
Yeah, the gauntlet's interesting.
I guess you just throw it in the deck if you have it. There's probably at least 1 or 2 cards that he's able to use it on.
Yeah, that's for sure, yeah. I mean, if you open the arms, you definitely play it, I think, but right? Well, unless you're Josh Scott. So no mucking around. He's just going to push through the demo crew for the easy free damage, unless there's a react in there.
Yeah, now interesting that David actually won the dice roll and elected to go second. So maybe he's looking to just try put on a lot of early pressure and maintain the tempo.
Classic strategy, isn't it? You just go second. When it's sealed, though, you don't really know what you want to get.
Definitely. I know in like Blitz and Classic Constructed, I've seen that a lot. Yeah, and sealed, maybe a bit less common.
Yeah.
Sorry, my internet seems to be lagging a little bit here. Just give me one moment. Yeah, I've just moved a bit closer to my router. So it looks like that's a pretty good start.
Strong start, yeah. 100%. You've pushed through some damage and then up the gap in the life to 6 in total on the first turn. Getting up that sigil turn 1. Very good start. So it looks like Josh does have quite a wide deck here. I see a Nimbalism and a Flock. So he's going to most likely play the Nimbalism. And what's he revealing there? A Stroke. Okay.
Stroke of Foresight.
So that Flock's coming in for, well, I want to estimate it's around 6+. Because I don't know. It could be a blue Flock. Yeah, but
it's 6 to 8 damage, somewhere in that range, would be our best guess.
Yeah. Which is fine here, because you just get the Arsenal, the React, and it's a React that's pretty much always live. You just have to pay the resource and get the free. You don't care too much about the prize. So it's a fine card to just Arsenal. So he's blocked for free here and taken 4. So that was a 7 damage Flock.
See that same strategy. See that same strategy from Josh of blocking reasonably early with his Helm of Ice and Speak.
He must be watching.
So I think that's something he's kind of considered.
Stream.
Yeah, I suppose it's something he's seen as like a play he doesn't mind using early. Okay, so now we see the Cartilage Crush run out. Now I wonder if he's maybe getting something like a Pummel here, because he did take a bit of damage in order to hold those 2 cards in hand.
Tough to say. Just looking at Josh's hand, we see the Energy Potion, I believe a Razor we know that he's got the stroke of foresight and Arsenal that he revealed from the flop. His first attack will have go again here, which I'm predicting will most likely just be a sword swing, the stroke to back it up.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a tough spot for him here because he might be tossing up, just taking the damage, but
I mean,
I think he
even
knows-
just swinging with the Dawnblade, and if you can't manage to push through damage, you can just play the energy pot and pass.
Yeah, so I think what he's trying to take into account is like if he gets hit by that cartilage crush, it's going to make his resources a bit tighter. But particularly if he gets hit by the pummel, this could be a big blowout here. And I think he's definitely taking a bit of time to make this decision, which is a good idea on a critical turn.
Yeah, 100%.
This thing in sealed, the game can swing very quickly on just sort of a few early turns.
So he's got the driving blade as well, and a scar. Is that a scar? Yeah, if that's a scar, he does have quite a good turn lined up. I mean, if you do get hit and have to discard something, you probably just want to throw away that driving blade, because you've already got the quicken token in play. But I know ideally you'd rather just pitch and see it again later. So yeah, he's tossing this up.
Yeah, very, very difficult decision. I think he's probably putting Josh on something like a pummel here.
Yeah. But can he? If he's only got has he got one card or two in hand? Okay, if he's got two. The chances of having like a second sigil are so low.
Exactly. So we've seen the early sigil.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, yep. So no blocks.
Okay, this is gonna hurt. He's gonna drop below 10, right? Oh, it's going all the way to
7.
Oh,
wow.
man. And he's throwing away the scar.
So you'd have to think Josh would be pretty happy with this outcome.
Choosing to pitch the energy potion here and just swinging for free with go again. But all he's got is a driving blade in hand. Driving blade and something else.
So he knows he's got the stroke.
Josh knows he has a stroke because he's revealed it. So yeah, I'm not too sure. Oh, man, and now that I know he's got the nimble strike, that driving blade can't be a blue, because if it was a blue, absolutely just go Dawnblade, nimble strike, post and pass. So that driving blade has to be a red. You can't stroke it, bro. Don't even check.
Well, I suppose it's face up, right? Because it got revealed. Yeah, so I agree with you there. If the driving blades are blue, it would have made more sense to pitch that to at least get the energy potion down. Because now Josh is very firmly in the driver's seat here.
Or maybe not.
So we're going to see him just immediately crack the helmet, so to speak.
Okay, so David's got 4 driving blades. Oh my god. You poor soul. That is not what you want to see.
4 driving blades. Oh no.
Yeah, that is really, really rough. Oh, man, you got to feel for him. To have the opponent just Eisen's Peak pass, you have the full 5 cards with the arsenal, and just to see driving blade on driving blades.
One good thing is it's still a reasonably tough block for Josh, so he knows about the stroke and arsenal. So, I mean, if he can strip,
he's gonna probably block here and maybe. So interest. Okay, so he's gonna block 6.
I think we will see the stroke here. Yep.
So, okay, the stroke's actually going to help out a lot here because you can just replace the other driving blade. But yeah, put that to the bottom, Bo. But that means you're also going to have the driving blades all bunched up again.
Potentially, unless he held onto a driving blade, so he might hold one in hands. He didn't get like a relevant card off the top here.
Yeah,
it's not a bad card, just to arsenal for next turn. Okay, so. That's actually okay. So he got 2 defense reacts there, and he got Josh's entire hand. So I mean, he still is significantly behind on life. Josh,
but he's not in a bad spot at all.
Oh, so
mean,
Warriors,
it's not ideal, but if he does have another driving blade in the arsenal,
yep, that'll be another 2 cards at least you'd think to further block.
I mean, it did look like a driving blade. Yep, there it is. Man. He did really well that past turn. He turned a really tough spot into a very favourable position now. Now the driving blade sharpened steel dawn blade. This is massive. Yeah, he's got the stroke as well. Oh, let's go, baby! Stroke that bad boy. Stroke it.
Yes, we don't know how big this attack is at the moment. I can't quite make out what.
I'm hoping it's 9. I'm hoping it's 9. The red driving blade, red steel. It has to be 9.
What's interesting here as well is if he pitches the shunt, it depends how quickly they get through their decks, but that shunt might be able to line up on the same turn as a crippling crush. Okay, so it looks like that was enough to stop it, but
okay, but now we're just saying hammer for 4. Mate, did he arsenal that shunt and he just... I don't know.
He might have arsenaled the shunt. I'm not sure if that would be, I mean, depends on what his hand is, because he could pitch a card shunt.
No, he most likely arsenaled the stroke, right? Oh. No, okay, so... Yeah, you do a damage, you ping him for 1, and hopefully you can just keep these pressure turns. But now that we know Josh has pitched the crippling with the blue pummel, he's got the blues lining up.
Yeah, and we have seen now the shunt being played in the unmovable pitch, so that is 2 defense reactions. One's gone and one won't be coming back for a long time.
For a while, yeah.
So we see
he's opting to just take the dawn blade here. So unfortunately not maximizing the defense value of their bolters, but it's fine here.
So we saw Josh get the use out of the helm by blocking with it early. David, I think sometimes because of like the position of this game, it's actually okay to crack that early just to put a bit of pressure on. So
sure. You don't want to be waiting around to maximize the bolters and miss the window to pop it.
I think if Josh can get out of this turn, with a card and with 2 cards in hand and fully blocking that out, he'll be very happy because that bolter's gone for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so he's opting to just double block the Stormblade for 6 here, stop the counter from coming into play.
Yep, I think he would have been looking at his resources carefully there and just thinking that, okay, here we see a big hardened cross-up turn coming.
Cross-up Goliath. Oh, the good change slot. Yeah, man, this is rough.
It's big.
Hopefully Josh has an answer for it. Yeah, dominated. Yeah. He does have 2 of those Iron Rod available to help defend it here. Otherwise, if you just block for 3 here and take 5.
I think that might be. I'd kind of like to see him hold on to the Iron Rods here, because
he does.
The life now.
He's got a driving blade snatch turn. Oh, he's got a sink here. I hope he didn't throw away a blue there.
Maybe digging for a blue potentially.
Yeah, because I mean, if you can go driving blade, dawn blade, snatch. And he's got the card arsenal. I believe that's a stroke too, or is a 100th driving blade. Okay, so we see the driving blade pitched again.
Oh, the Warriors Valor. Okay,
Warriors Valor 6. Well, it's 4 or 6, 4, 5 or 6. We don't know. We're just guesstimating. We can't see the color of these cards.
Yeah, and this will be. I think it's going to be a hard road for David in this game now, just based on the life total. So we saw Josh elect to just take that on. Now we see the snatch come out. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The issue here with the snatch is the card draw isn't threatening because there's already a card in Arsenal.
Yeah, exactly. So he's just choosing to take it all. Unless David manages to draw a sigil here.
That'd be
Like a
sick.
mad bet. Yeah. That would just swing the whole tide of the game.
I think we're going to see a big dominated attack coming.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure as well. Yeah.
There's those red debilitates. So this can be locked out for 5, but that would still be lethal if that's coming in for 8. We did see the sink blow used previously. Saw the unmovable and think it. And
he's got the pummel too. Damn, Josh Scott taking it out 5-0. Securing the bag with the cold foil hero of his choosing.
Yeah, big shout out to
David's
Josh.
going to minus 24 health. Yep, I agree. It's a big attack. It's not that big.
Yeah, just going to say big shout out to Josh because like we've mentioned a couple of times that he had quite a strong Guardian pool and stuff here, but that
that doesn't. I don't want that to take away from his performance at all.
Yeah,
he's played very well.
Absolutely, because like you can have the best pool in the world, but if you're not playing it well, it doesn't mean you're just going to like automatically win all your games in top 8. So I think we've seen Josh play really well. I feel he's put the pressure on well when he's needed to, or he's flipped into playing defensively when he's needed to. So, I mean, obviously, he might have been dealt a decent hand with the things he's opened, but he's played that to its absolute maximum potential here. So I'm really glad we got to see him take out a bunch of games on stream.
Man, look at all those driving blades. Ah, damn. Okay, see, this is what I mean. Like, this is a respectable warrior pool that you see, and you think, yeah, I'll give this a go. He's got the reacts. He's got the go again. Not sure what the Goliath Gauntlet is for. I don't think I see anything that he can actually.
Maybe it's been there just to represent something.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, like that's fine. If you don't have anything else, you just he's got the demo crew.
Oh, he's got the demo crew.
What a sicko. I love it.
And actually, he's got so many driving blades that he can actually play the demo crews by revealing the driving blade.
It's a remembrance as well. Yeah, it's a very nice pull.
I feel like this type of Dory deck actually has the potential to fatigue as well, right? Fatigue out other players because you're like forcing 2-for-1 blocks.
Oh, we're getting a look at Josh Scott's deck here.
Yeah, because I was going to say, when you have so many driving blades, Warriors, Valor, Sharpened Steel, things like that, you can actually force out so many 2-for-1 blocks that you start to run them out of cards.
Yeah. Man, 4 pummels? 3?
4 pummels, 4 pummels, 3 unmovables, 3 staunch responses.
What is this deck? This is... Oh my god.
That's probably one of the best Civil Bravo pools I've ever seen. That is awesome. That's such a strong deck. I love it.
Yeah, like
also a cool interaction with the Fortune War as well. I mean, we didn't actually see it happen, but with the Hardened Cross Trap and Goliath Gauntlet, if you run out the Fortune War, those then actually block for 1. So which is like
and they don't get battle worn counters if you are able to recycle the Forge War. That doesn't look like he has the remembrance, but yeah. Look at David gesturing, like, how'd I beat this? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't take any shame in this loss, bro. That deck is quite hard. I'd love to see it versus like a blitz deck. I reckon it would hold its own quite well.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking Forge for War here. Assuming he had all his equipment up, he could Forge for War and block for up to 6 damage to just his equipment. He's got the Helm of Ice and Speak, the Iron Rot legs. I mean, like I say, it didn't actually come in hugely relevant, but just we saw basically lots of the good stuff you want in that style of deck. So you got a ton of. We're speaking to Matt Rogers earlier today on stream. He's saying he quite liked that he had like strong defensive options in his deck with a lot of blue cards. I feel Josh had that as well. So he had the unmovables, the staunches, things, but also he could follow that up with things like Red Debilitate, things like Crippling Crush. He had access to pummels for surprise damage. So all in all, just like a really well constructed deck as well. So I mean, even if you get the cards, you have to put them together right into the best list you can. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, can't just play a big pile.
Yeah,
so I'm wondering how. I'm wondering if we get to have a look at these top 8 standings Because obviously we've got Josh and David here. I'm guessing Jacob's locked in as well. So we've got 5 spots, so we're not too sure who'll be filling them out. I'd guess Matt Rogers would be one of them. Hoping we see Nick Spence in the top 8.
I haven't seen much of Daniel Real as well, one of my favourite players from down those ways.
Yeah, I'm interested in how Caleb Hogarth did. I know he had the Scav Skin Alpha Rampage deck. I'd like to see him squeeze in the top 8.
But yeah, I wonder if we'll get to follow one of the players in draft as well in top 8. That'd be quite cool.
Can we follow Josh Scott? I know people are going to want to see how Matt drafts, but come on, I want to see Josh Scott open the nuts.
Yeah, and I suppose, as the 5-0 player,
yeah,
you
got to put some respect on his name.
Right, so it looks like we've got I'm guessing there might be a bit of a break now between sort of the finishing of the last round and the top 8 announcement of the draft and all that.
Maybe. It's hard for us to tell because we're not there.
Yeah, no, that's true. So we'll keep an eye on things. Might keep trying to transfer over my phone. So I dropped my phone yesterday, managed to smash the screen, so I went out and got a new one today.
Just wondering how many other players are still finishing up before we get to see these top 8 standings.
Okay, that sounds like a good idea. Right. I'm just going to jump off for 1 or 2 minutes just while we sort this out. But yeah, we'll be right back with you guys soon. Maybe sticking around. But yeah, we'll be back with coverage of the draft and top 8, and we'll get some standings and all that for you soon.
The goodies.
Are you coming up tonight? Matt Rogers is
Definitely don't want to keep it.
The last 2 dashes I got snap sold. This morning's markets went up very fast. Sorry about the delay. All good. We have seating for who's sitting where during the draft.
Is that not what you did? It should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 7, 6, 5.
But we'll just swap.
Okay, yeah. Alright, well, let me break this down.
Okay, so 1, 2.
So I'm 3.
All right, we got the winner circle, champion circle.
Yes, so I need to swap.
What are these guys doing? They're playing musical chairs. All right, the music stopped. Take a seat. Take a seat. Nah, buddy. Daniel Reel. Too late. You lost. So it looks like we got Matthew Rogers, Jacob Pearson, David Marshall, Josh Scott, Kenny Forrester, Nick Anderson, Dan McKay, and Daniel Reel for the top 8. About to start their draft.
Then we're going to do the draft for the heroes?
Yes. You can see it and we'll
Matthew pounding away at those snacks before the draft starts.
Thank you very much.
Everything.
Alan in the background taking some photos.
I need Dory. I'll take Dory.
Hang on, please.
Oh, no, it is Daniel. This one, please. No, it's Matt. He's 4th. Yeah. Is he 3rd? Yeah.
Interesting that we've got Jacob and Matt sitting right next to each other.
So 8, 7, 6, 5.
Be interesting. For those of you who don't know, these two players live together, test a lot of each other. They know each other inside and out.
Cutscene. Alright, so it's half an hour for drafting, right? Making sure I'm not 35. So just
Drafting, there's no time.
You have to call it.
You can call it and make it time per pick, but there's no time for the whole thing.
Okay,
So it's up to you. You can either call it or you can just have a draft.
yeah. Alright, we'll just.
Not too sure how efficiently we're going to be able to see the draft picks from this angle, but
Yeah, and then at the end of each pack, there's
you can give it a go.
for you to go through what your picks are. You're going to casual Ariel?
Yeah.
Can we go left? Oh, is it right? Left or right?
Left, right.
Really surprised Caleb, the Scabskin Levers and Alpha Rampage didn't make the top cut. Unfortunate.
Presume we want to be keeping any table to it, nothing.
Yeah, nah. It'll be very hard to see. David Marshall seen something he liked. He slammed that.
Thanks for coming along. Wow. Right in front. Is it surprising?
Okay, considering taking the iron rod arms early. Thinking about it. Yeah, it looks like he's taking the early arms.
Judge, I don't believe there's a card missing from this pack. Unless the pack was printed with an extra card. You definitely
I definitely pack. I've had 2 packs. That's the second pack. How many cards are there?
14.
It's 14 cards. And there's 2. Has everybody got 2 cards?
Well, no. This hasn't been picked, but there's 15 including the token, right? The token's been taken out, then he's picked, and now there's still 14 in the pack.
So it's a listed pack.
Should we just count every pack?
Yeah.
We should better count everything.
Well, I mean, everything else should be right.
I mean, it's too early for there to be any other mistake. Right?
That's
And he's already seen another pack, so he's got more information, so we can't rewind.
yeah.
I mean, you've already picked them.
So I guess there's
What's
just
to
an
rewind?
extra
There's just an
card.
extra card. I mean, it's not that big of a problem. Is it?
So
Someone has an extra card in there.
or just when you the person the last pick gets to pick from 2 and then the 1 just disappears.
Or one gets randomly removed from the pack.
On one gets randomly attacked.
I feel like randomly
I don't know.
removing's worse than just.
I think it's probably just at the end, whoever takes the second to last pick just has a choice of those 2
And
cards.
then the other one gets thrown away.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
think that's
cool.
the best.
Yeah, that's probably the
Because
best.
then no one gets disadvantaged.
I have no signals on my second pick though. That's cool.
Okay, so I'll take out token.
Those your packs, take 2 cards.
I haven't picked with this on top as well. This is fine. Just gonna count this again.
I mean, this is only the second pack.
Sure. Thank you.
This is the same. Am I just like, what's going on? The packs are 15 cards, including the token, right?
I think it might be 15 cards. And a token.
And the token.
Maybe.
Contains 15 randomly inserted cards plus 1 token.
Is it possible you just don't know how many cards are in a pack?
So good. I'm saucy.
I'm just retarded.
That's all right, Matt. It's right here in the morning.
I had to get up at 5 a.m. this morning.
Don't tell me that one's got 1 extra as well.
They all do.
Didn't they all get an extra card? Nice.
I think we just removed the last card from the entire pack.
Why don't we just stop with 4?
Stop me getting blue savage swim at the end of the room. It's the last card being passed around.
All right, so yeah, looks like the draft has started.
Yeah, it's quite hard to see what's actually being taken. I saw that David Marshall must have had a good pick one because he slammed something.
Yeah, it's difficult. We can see I suppose we can see who's sitting like Jacob and Matt seated next to each other. I suppose they
Yeah, it's very interesting.
yeah, because I think for the drafts they stack it so you play your round one opponent is opposite from you across the table, so as far away as possible. So I suppose it makes sense they're seated like that. I'm just trying to see if we can see what Jacob's drafting here, but it is a little bit hard to see what the picks are. It did look like he was taking like a blue Crush Confidence or something like that.
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of background noise on your side. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Is there an echo?
Seems to be okay for now. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, so I guess we can try
I mean,
to
there's
see
not much we can really talk about because we can't really see too well. It's
yeah,
hard enough seeing what cards get picked, let alone what colour.
Yeah, just going to see if we can potentially see one or two of Jacob's picks to get an idea of where he's going. But yeah, it is a little bit difficult. We seem to take a nimblism there. It doesn't give us a whole lot of information. I think there is a chance he may be in Bravo. I believe I saw that some of those early picks, but yeah, again, it's a bit hard to see.
I know. Do we know what pack this is? Is this still pack 1 or is this pack 2?
I think it's pack 1, yeah, because they're passing left at the moment. So it looks like it would have to be pack 1. I mean, that or pack 3, and we we missed a little bit. Okay, so they're reviewing their cards, but yeah, because of the glare, I can't really see what what Jacob's looking at. Yes, I think we saw an immovable and a raging onslaught in there. Again, those are pretty good generics. They could go anywhere.
Yeah. I know Jacob's prone to taking generics quite early and staying as open as he can.
Oh, was that a tunic you just opened?
It was pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like that was a tunic you opened, which, I mean, not bad to have as your equipment.
Yeah. I know he got an iron or arms quite early.
It looks like he took another raging onslaught.
Another
there.
raging onslaught, yeah. So could be Guardian, could be Brute, or just good generics.
Oh, that kind of looked like a cartilage crush or something like that to me.
Sticking with his guns, eh? Yeah, I see he's
Ooh,
prioritizing all those Guardian cards. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
that's
taken the Hound. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like there's a good chance he actually is in Bravo. I think a couple of those picks I thought I saw early might have come up correct. I think looks like another cartilage crush that he's about to take here.
Yeah.
Then another Raging Onslaught I think he's looking at.
And he's stacking those onslaughts, eh?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the blue ones are great, right? They're block for 3, they turn on Anathos.
Yeah,
Dominate them,
it does
step
everything
in
that
if
you
need
want
to.
the deck to do, right?
Yeah, absolutely. To see if he's able to pick up some sort of really impactful cards like Pummel that come along.
Nice, like reds would be good.
Yep, absolutely. Because I think the sort of foundation of a strong Guardian deck is often you have like a significant number of 3 cost or more blues, just to make sure your deck functions how you want it to with Anathos and everything. And after that, yeah, you do really want stuff like Pummel or big attacks to be able to really like put the pressure on afterwards.
Is he going to take another Raging Onslaught?
I think so.
Man, he's just playing Raging Onslaught deck.
So
I'm interested to see what Matt's picking.
Yeah, because I feel it's unlikely they'd be in the same class. I know Matt previously has drafted Warrior at another skirmish event.
Oh yeah, how'd that end up going for him?
I think he got taken out in the final by a pro ninja player.
Yeah, Katsu's good. I mean, it's got to pass everyone what you need, eh? I think we see David Marshall sticking with his guns as well, and I just saw him take that biting blade, and I think just took an Iron Song response. So we got a Warrior and a Guardian next to each other, feeding each other. I want to guess that Nick Anderson might be on Ninja. That's what I know him to play. But it's anyone's game and draft.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got our number 1 ranked player, Josh Scott, getting shut out of the camera by David Marshall's head.
That a regurgitating slog is looking at. Scar for a Scar as well. I don't know what color that is, so I'm guessing it might be something like a yellow or a blue if it's a slate. So he takes the slog.
I love to see it.
Another Raging Onslaught. It looked a little bit like it. Yeah, so it's pretty difficult to us to see the color of cards that are coming around, like the pitch color. Sorry, so we don't necessarily know how good Jacob's deck is at the moment. I've just been trying to keep an eye on that because it's the one I can see a little bit. Oh, he did get the tunic. Oh, there we go. That's pretty cool.
That's nice.
So, like, well, it's not as broken as something like Classic Constructed. I mean, you know, it's pretty much right up there with some of the best ones you're going to get. I mean, unless he cracks the tectonic plating next pack or something. You know, it's still, it can block for 1 if you need it to. And with a deck like Bravo that likes to sometimes play a bit of a longer game, those resources can actually stack up and be quite helpful.
Yeah, helps with repping Pummel as well.
Yep, that's a good point.
I see David Marshall's got himself a drone as well. It's a very strong draft card.
Yeah, definitely. That's a card that can be difficult to deal with if, you know, you're just playing card for card, trading out, playing a bit conservatively. All right, so we're on to pack 3. Let's see if there's anything big that leaps out immediately. Well, I think I saw a Pummel there, which I think is going to be pretty high up his pick order.
Yeah, definitely. Is that a Snapdragon Scalers as the equipment? And a drone as well. Ooh, man. That drone is tempting.
Yeah, I feel like potentially I feel like I saw him take a number of cards like Cartilage Crush, Crush Confidence, which may have been blues early. So I think at this point he might be looking to pick up cards such as Pummel to give the deck a bit of surprise value and power.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like a sink below. Yep, I think he took
Well,
a
I can
sink below there.
guarantee you Matt's slamming that drone at Jacob past him.
Yep, I'd say that's pretty likely. So I think Jake will be pretty happy, getting a Pummel and a sink below, just very good cards for the deck. Is that another sink below? I think it is.
It is. Another Pummel as well, I think. He's just getting all the juice. Another sink below. Very good.
Yeah, now we didn't see the colors of those, but best case scenario for Jacob, if those are both red, that's really nice for him. Another sink below.
You can't believe his eyes. How is he getting past all these premium cards?
Well, so I mean, again, even if that's a yellow, he's now picked up a Pummel and 3 sink belows. I feel like he's got to be pretty happy with how that's going so far.
Oh, beyond happy.
Yeah, now, I mean, I guess we can't really speculate as to how many blues and reds he has. So just speaking generally, I think he'd really like to see something like another Pummel pop up here. Maybe even that Slogism if that's a blue. He's got the regurgitating slog. It would be able to combo with that.
Yeah. I can't see what else is here.
Looks like he's taken the...
Yeah. I don't think there's much else in that pack left.
Yeah, if that's a blue slog, I think he's very happy there.
Yeah, exactly. Blessing. Man, he's just passing them all the juice.
I think there's a blessing and a disable there, so that might be a bit of a tough call for him.
Oh, he probably wants to take the disable then.
Yeah, disable's good in all 3 colors. Even the blue one hits for 7. It's a great break point.
Especially when it's draft and there's, more likely of it being a non-defense react in the arsenal to actually get value from the crush effect. But he's opting to take the blessing instead. Oh, he's thinking about it. Yeah, he's thinking about it.
It is an interesting pick. And the blessing is very powerful. You just get rewarded with another disable. Lucky man. Okay, didn't see what that was. Looked like a buckling blow or something. The last couple picks, he seems he just snapped off some potentially Guardian Blues. It's a snatch of some color. I feel like it's probably not red at this late in the draft. Someone would have snatched it up by then.
What was that, sorry?
He picked the snatch just before. I feel like it's probably a yellow or a blue at this point. He's passing up the Demolition Crew. I have a feeling that's maybe a blue demo crew. Scarlet Battleskip last pick. Okay, so hopefully we get to... no, he's showing off the tunic.
He's flexing it now.
Yeah, players probably talking amongst themselves, being like, oh, who is in what class? It's always nice as a little bonus prize to, crack a great legendary.
Yeah, one of the best ones to open as well.
Absolutely. I wonder if we'll get to see... I'm hoping that we'll get to see maybe Jacob, maybe someone else construct their deck live on camera. Maybe even Josh Scott, as the 5-0 play. That'd be pretty cool too. It looks like they split them up a little bit to construct the decks. I mean,
Yeah, standard tournament procedure here. I mean,
yeah, it'd be nice if
casual level. If it was a calling, you all get separated into different corners. Just a meter's fine for a casual event.
we might see if
It's
we can
having
get
a bit of
someone.
an issue on my end with some audio issues.
Okay, we'll see if we can potentially get someone on the feature match table to construct their deck, so we can have a bit of a look as they go along.
Good.
Yeah, we've got a pretty strong feeling that Jacob's going to be in Bravo.
Really, what gave that away?
So it looks like we might potentially be in to see someone make their deck in the feature area. We'll just see if
Rogers.
Yeah, we'll just see if this other deck is cleared out first, so we can have a look at that.
That's Josh Scott's number one deck.
Very, very good.
Say that again.
Yeah, but one thing about Flesh and Blood drafts I find as well is that players tend to make their decks fairly quickly. I mean, there's a bit of time in sleeping them up and everything, but just in the sense that, you know, when you're a total of 45 cards, maybe 3 or 4 of those will be equipment. You've got 41 cards, and you're looking to make probably a 30 to 35 card deck. When you filter out all your non,
you're basically making the deck while you're drafting. Yeah.
Yep,
Just
absolutely.
take up cards that get past you at the very end of each pack cycle that aren't playable. That's about it.
Yep. So if you get about 6 cards or so that are just not in your class, so totally unplayable, then it often comes down to just sort of making a decision on maybe somewhere between like 5 to 8 cards as to what goes in, what is being taken out. There is an additional factor of deciding whether you want to play more than 30 cards. Sometimes players want to do that. They have enough good cards that they're happy with it, but other times, if you're putting in random like generic yellows that block